Well, there goes the day. Daverhood. Good morning, everybody. Wait, I think I'm. Is that on me, or I think that might be on yours?
No, that's you.
Oh, that's on me. Hold on. I gotta stop my. Yeah, kill my Facebook there. Yeah,
Wow.
that should stop it. No, it doesn't. I don't know why it isn't.
You have another window.
I must. Oh, I'm getting it there.
Yeah.
So let me just kill the volume on that, and we're good. Welcome, everybody, to the 800th episode of the long-running, I'll tip my cap to you, the long-running and quite wonderful Dave's Gone By.
Dave, honey, you're hustling, baby.
With me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, Joyce. Potato is here with us. Bowtie is here with us, although we can't really do much with him.
You have the Grand Kanish?
Oh, the Grand Kanish! No, but we have Potato, which is the most important thing. Oh, hold on. We even the Grand Kanish is making an appearance because, yes, honest to gosh, he's got his crown, I've got mine. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Daverhood. Oh, okay, like a little ship captain there. The Grand Kanish. He is going to anoint and bless this episode of Dave's Gone By. I anoint and bless you with ketchup. There you go. Thank you, Grand Kanish. No problem. Do a good show. I try to do that every Saturday from 9 until noon or thereabouts here on the Facebook page of Dave's Gone By. Let me just give you the quick rundown of what this is and what this has been since October of 2002. All the way back then. All those years ago, 18 and a half years ago, I walked into a studio. Actually, I was going to say in West Babylon, but it was in like Lansdowne Avenue in Limerick. Went in there at 11 o'clock at night to do a show.
With 27 pages of script.
Yep, everything was scripted out literally down to like the 5 second. I would allow myself the occasional 5 seconds in case I messed up a word or something went a little wrong. But if I have 57 minutes, and I literally did like 56 minutes and 45 seconds of scripted content in that very first show back on October 6th, 2002. Little did I had hoped, honestly, my hopes were that I would do the show for a few months, get picked up by some big radio station or conglomerate or syndicator, and be the next Dr. Demento, or be the next Prairie Home Companion, or be, don't even what even was on the air back then, the next Shickley Mix or something like that. But somehow, for better and worse, I just kept doing these. I was on terrestrial radio for several years. I was at that station, WGBB, first in like Merrick area, Little Rockville, Baldwin, Freeport and Merrick, that range. Then they moved out to West Babylon, and I went with it. And stayed there for several years. And then did a bit of internet radio. We moved to Colorado, and I got hooked up with what was quite wonderful for many years, the radio station at the University of Northern Colorado. I was programming director there for a couple of years, in fact, because nobody else wanted to do it, and it was unpaid. So I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I'll play Bob Dylan all day long. Kind of did. But I was there, and I got to do Dave's Gone By and expand it. Because in New York, when I was doing it, it would be an hour, or then they gave me a 90-minute slot, which was fine. In Colorado, it just kind of became this amorphous blob on Saturday mornings. Because unless there was a football game, there was no one who really... All the students, they don't want to be doing radio on a Saturday afternoon. They wanted to be doing other things. So I'm like, I would do my show, and I would plan it. I'm like, wait, I can have 3 hours on the air? Yes. And I played a lot of music, and I did more bits and segments and ideas, and I did that for a bunch of years. I just had the most wonderful time at that station. But as George Harrison would say, all things must pass, and they did. And the station, just kind of died for various reasons, right? And then old Dave was homeless again. I was like, what do I do with my show and went back on the interwebs. It was kind of interesting, coinciding with the ending of that radio station. And by the way, anybody who's listening from UNC and from formerly from UNC Radio or any faculty there, it's. I don't know if they've moved all the equipment. I don't even know what they've done with the room or that building, but getting a radio station up again is as simple as getting a stream, 2 or 3 microphones, and a place where you can play music, and that's it. I mean, really, there seems to be the horrible financial crisis that the university has been in for a few years seems to be easing a little bit. For a couple of grand, you could give the station.
They're not doing it.
No, I know they're not doing. I know the world has moved on from. It wasn't even terrestrial radio; it was internet radio. But still, if anybody has that passion, that idea, it doesn't take you $50,000 a year to run a student radios. It doesn't take you, well, $5,000 it does, but you could cough up. You're a university. You could cough up $5,000 and get the station.
They're firing everybody. They can't.
All right. So you couldn't do it for $500. For $500, you couldn't really sweep the floors. But okay. So, but as that was tanking. Joyce came up with the idea, and even as I was still doing the show on college radio, I'm like, well, I would watch, not that I was a fan, but I'd sometimes watch Don Imus. It was either CNN or CNBC or something like that, and Howard Stern, they would have cameras on, and they didn't turn it into a TV show. It was just radio on the air for people who didn't want to turn on the radio but happened to be in front of a television set, and these were magnetic, charismatic people. So I was saying, maybe people will watch radio on TV. And I'm like, okay, so, and then I can also expand my audience for people and play it through video and play it through Facebook Live or YouTube Live. And I started doing that. So when the radio station went away, I was already well placed to be doing this for about 4 years now. Dave's Gone By, which started as a terrestrial late night AM radio thing, morphed into internet, college, sort of FME type freeform radio. Well, what were you saying? Oh, and then became a video podcast, Facebookio, Programmio of the stream. Has been for a couple of years now, keeping that going because it's kind of the best of both worlds. I'm still doing radio. You're still staring at this head and this mouth talking for 3 to 3.5 hours. And people are digging it. I've got an audience. For those of you have friends or people who say, well, we can't watch Facebook unless we join Facebook, even though my thing is open to the public.
No,
it's okay.
It's not a group. It's Facebook Live. Facebook group, you need to be a member, but Facebook Live anyway.
Anybody, whether you join Facebook or not. But just in case, we also take all our archives, as we have for years, and put them on davesgoneby.com so that if you missed the live show or you can't be here Saturday mornings, it's like, oh my gosh, so-and-so is on. I wanted to see that guest. No problem. Go to davesgoneby.com. So we've been very proactive for a very long time to make sure that the archives are out there. They're on YouTube. They're on archive.org. They're on davesgoneby.com. They're,
on the, you have the public access show.
And that's been pretty recent, but we've gone back on public access so that we've taken 1 hour long excerpts, pretty randomly, of recent shows, just slapped them together. And if you happen to be awake on a Monday morning, 1 a.m., because who isn't awake that time on Monday morning, or Tuesdays, even better, at 4 o'clock in the morning, you can put on Channel 20 on local Nassau County. What?
They're a day worker and they're
yeah. We get the psycho taxi drivers.
Taxi.
You get the funeral workers. They're prepping bodies or something, and they need something on. And you flip on the TV, Channel 20. If you have
David 420.
Nassau.
Did you know that?
What?
420. You're 4 o'clock on Channel 20.
I am 4 o'clock on Channel 20 on Tuesdays, and then on Mondays at 1 o'clock. So the whole point is, if you want to find Dave's Gone By, whether it's live or whether it's more pre-tapey, you can. You can very easily. And that's the way I want it. I want people to be able to enjoy I'd love to make a living doing this show. I'd love to be famous doing this show. That hasn't happened yet.
But you're famous for something.
What am I famous for? Well, I was famous as the managing editor of Playbill.com for a few years. I knew that did me, but but here's the.
You know what you're famous for?
No, I'm not famous for anything. Oh well. Ew. Joyce was just making some physical hand motions. No, we'll talk about that. I don't think I'm famous for, well, back in my prison days. Why do they call me Maytag? No, I kid.
Mr. Peabody.
So I have a lot to talk about, just because the first part of the show tends to be sort of off the top of my head, although I have notes, rambly, letting you know things that happen in my week. But we have so much more in the program. For example, we generally have our Greeley Crimes and Old Times segment, because Joyce and I, all our years living in Greeley, Colorado, we were just talking about the university there, so the local newspaper is called the Greeley Tribune, and every week they have columns in the Trib, 2 intentionally comical columns, one of them taken verbatim. It's all new stuff, it's not like fake fiction editorial. One of them is about phone calls that come into the local police department from folks who see weird things going on in their neighborhoods. They call it cop log. We mix that in with another column of people who, of things that happened in northern Colorado 100 years ago. And, our editor there, our writer there, our friend, Mike Peters.
Is he still doing it?
I think he is. I'm pretty. I think he retired full time from writing. Well, no, he still does the gnarly trombone, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So he's still part of the Greeley Tribune. He's been there for decades. And it's not like he remembers the newspapers from 1921, but he will go through them and pick the funniest, goofiest, weirdest things, put them all together in a column, call it 100 years ago. We mix that up with Coplog and come out with Greeley Crimes and Old Times. And so we share that every week on Dave's Gone By. We also have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, where today we're going to Crowley, Colorado. Crowley. This just means that I came up with a poem, a 5-line limerickal poem about Crowley, Colorado. We've been doing this for week after week after week, as many towns and cities and municipalities in Colorado that I can make a poem about. I've been doing that. So today we go to Crowley for our Colorado Limerick of the Damned.
We're in
Crowley, well, let's just to whet your appetite, and if you've ever gotten your appetite whet, you know how delightful that can be. It is in eastern central Colorado. Eastern central Colorado for Crowley. Now, here's the deal. We have two different guests, although I haven't gotten second confirmation from one of them. So I'm a little bit worried, but, fingers crossed. So, first of all, this is very, very exciting. If you were around in the early to mid-'60s, which I wasn't, except as like a toddler, and you listened to folk music, sure, you knew about Pete Seeger, and you know about Dylan and Phil Oakes and people like that, and the late Patrick Skye, who just died this week. But you also knew, if you were a little bit funkier and a little bit more underground, you knew about people like the Fugs and the Holy Modal Rounders.
Oh, Andrew Hirschman said, congratulations on your 800th show.
Thank you, Andrew. You knew about the Fugs and the Holy Modal Rounders. Well, the founder, there were really only 2 people in the Holy Modal Rounders, Stephen Weber, who passed away not that many months ago, and a guy named Peter Stamfel, who is, Robert Christgau called him one of the most joyful singers that he had ever heard. So Christgau, of course, the dean of American rock critics. So, and Stamfel, for a period of time, they joined the Fugs with Ed Sanders and Tuli Kupferberg and made incredibly, shall we say, homemade, folky, bluegrassy, obscene, comical, beautiful, zany, hippie-ish music. And then the Fugs went their way, and the Modal Rounders continued somewhat in that vein, sometimes coming on with the Michael Hurley, and Pete Stample has played with Jeffrey Lewis, who was on this program just a few months ago. So we've got one of the legendary folk people, fiddler, singer, music maker, Pete Stample, is going to be with us on Dave's Gone By, talking to Rabbi Sol Solomon later in the show. And Rabbi Sol, of course, you know, Rabbi Sol was on our very first episode of the program, October 6, 2002. He was there. It was kind of great. I don't want to say too much about it because we'll talk about the first episode later. But here's the deal. Rabbi Sol, man, founder, spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. He and I, we go back, man. We go back even before this radio podcast show. I've been with him when he did his TV program on Long Island Cable TV. I was there co-writing his one-man show. Actually, it's a two-person show because Richard Shore and, oh my God, what was his name when we did it in Colorado? David San Miguel. Was accompanying.
Pianist.
Yeah, well, yeah, like a 9-inch pianist actually.
No,
so
he was a student, right?
Yeah. But I'm saying I call it a one-man show. There were actually two people on stage, and the second person was very important.
But I think you expanded the role when Richard joined to do a song. Like Richard had more of a, but originally it was just an accompanist, and then Richard became kind of a co-duo in the song.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it really did become a little more than a one-person show, except we call it a solo. It was a Shalom Dammit, an evening with Rabbi Sol Solomon, which, you know, played in Colorado, it played in New York, and we had a wonderful time with it. So anyway, Rabbi Sol and I, we're tight, and we go back. So he does a whole bunch of the interviews that we do on this show. He also is known for his rabbinical reflections, his mini sermons that he's done on the program. Rabbi Sol doing the honors of interviewing Peter Stample later on Dave's Gone By today. Plus, and this is so cool, as I mentioned, Rabbi Sol was there for our first episode.
Since 2002, right?
What? Yeah, 2002, October 6th, 2002. Also there for the first episode, though not on the air, was a woman who was at that point running the radio station that I was on. In 2002, WGBB, it wasn't owned by her, but she was the programming director for this station that was doing brokered programming and some other stuff, and just basically when nobody was buying time, they'd throw on whatever, you know, sort of advertorial stuff. But she was it. She was the station gatekeeper. Her name, Joey Alcarese. I don't think I've called her Joey on the air. Never mentioned, I think, her full name. Joey Alcarese. Well, tracked her down. We found her 18 and a half years later. She's alive and well, and she will be joining us a little later in the program. So I'm just going to ask her, because, you know, I have my narrow-casted, focused memories of my first few weeks doing this program on terrestrial radio. Joyce has her memories that she likes to tell, but I don't have that other kind of angle, that sort of someone from the outside seeing me come in with my insanity, with my script, with my own, well, I want to do this, and it's like, you know, and her having to balance me and the engineers and all the, I want to know, as honestly as she'll share, what she thought and how things went. And also about what she's been up to, because she didn't stay at GBB for that much longer. I ended up having Tom Ross as an engineer for most of my time there. And he was great. He was a really nice guy. But Joey was there from the beginning. So I'd love to hear from her and also see how she's doing. So yeah, it's going to be this nostalgic, but generally zany, as always, episode of Dave's Gone By. Plus, assuming that we do have our guest, and I should really keep checking the Facebook to see if he's responded and gotten my reminder. He probably won't wake up until about 2 minutes before he's supposed to be on the air with us. That's what's sort of scaring me. But Peter Stample.
Oh, is he not a morning person?
Not a morning. You know, when we told him, can you do
Is he New York? Eastern?
Yeah, he's Eastern.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. You know, he plays folk music. He hasn't been doing a lot of concerts or anything like that, but this is not a man who goes to sleep promptly at 10:30 in the evening, if you know what I'm saying. So, you know.
You think we should have given him some melatonin and just kind of...
Yeah. Well, no, the thing was, we booked this about 2 weeks ago, and he just, okay, just remind me.
David, you want me to look on my phone? Where's
your
phone?
I just checked Facebook. He hasn't messaged me back.
Right.
But, we set this up about 2 weeks ago, but he says, okay, remind me the day before. Just send me a reminder. And I did. But he hasn't acknowledged the reminder. So my heart's going flippity-floppity, flippity-flop. Yeah. So I sent him another message today, because I just have, probably shouldn't have sent an email reminder too. But of course, if he's sleeping, he's not going to see either of them. So there's always, that's the beauty of live programming.
And sing a song for him.
Well, phone number I don't have.
Oh boy.
Although actually, can you? I put my wife to work. This is kind of like this is what we do here for 3 hours of the show. I do the front stage. I do the fun stuff.
Call somebody?
Yeah. Well, if you can check his website and see if he has a direct contact or direct email.
Just give me his name because I'm slow.
Yeah, it's and I'm basically telling all of you, what if he gets like 100 messages in his email box from all of you who are doing this exact same thing? Peter.
Stamp
like stamp, like
fell.
Stamp of approval, FEL.
I got his Facebook.
Oh, well, no, yeah. But I think he has a website.
Really?
It's peterstample.com.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'll check it myself. Let me see. No, he hasn't written back yet. So all of you, go to his website, call his manager. Not that I'm.
It just says send message. He doesn't have anything in his.
Oh, well, hey, I thought he had. I know he's got because he's got that whole big album out.
He's got big videos. Oh, he looks very nice.
Yeah. It should be a lot of fun. Assuming he remembers. Does Peter? No, there is no. Wow.
Off shelf.
Don't go to peterstample.com. It's just an index. Maybe. How did I find all this stuff about him?
Because, Bandcamp. It says peterstamplebandcamp.com.
Alrighty. That'll do it.
No, this is like Bandcamp. I don't know what that is.
Oh, well, this one time at Bandcamp, they took a flute. No, just a sec.
You gotta direct message him. Even on Facebook, it's like direct message.
Yeah, this is so strange. Oh, well. I guess it's going to be...
It just says send message. That's the only way to reach him.
Well, then, I did. But if you all could, if you all believe in Stamper Bell, everybody just send. You're all on Facebook. You can. I think you can send a message to somebody without being a friend of theirs.
Some people will let you.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
What?
If he does, no, that can't be. There's a phone number listed for him, but it might be a different guy in California. So, or he might actually be in California, and that's why 10:30 is really tough on him.
Oh boy, then it's like 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I wonder if the Holy Modal Rounders have their own website, because he would be it now. He's the only rounder left. And did you know, by the way, I talk about the whole. No, they don't. I talk about the Holy Modal Rounders. For those of you who do love folk music and would buy, remember CDs and records back in the day? Rounder Records was named for the Holy Modal Rounders, which Pete Stample and Stephen Weber founded. So yay. So I'm hoping, I'm just hoping against all hope that he will remember, he will acknowledge, and he will be with us on this episode of Dave's Gone By. And you know what, if he's not, we'll still do our Today, Yesterday quiz with our two regular panelists, David Sheward, former president of the Drama Desk, and also a writer and blogger and theater critic, and Leslie Hoban Blake, a theater director and a theater critic. Leslie has had some health stuff, but she's fine, and she expects to be back with us today to celebrate.
She's gonna win. I think she's going to come in victorious.
Yeah, right. She's had this rest, right?
Yeah, I think she got to read up on all, trivia. She
Well,
can study trivia.
This is going to be the most excellent thing, because normally, there's nothing normal about this show, but if you watch the program and you know our Today, Yesterday quiz, you know that generally the format is we ask all these trivia questions about what happened on this day in history. So last week was May 22nd. What happened in history on May 22nd? Right? This is going to be a little different. Every question in our Today, Yesterday quiz is going to be tied to something that we did on the very first episode of Dave's Gone By back in 2002.
Will there be a lot of crying and wailing?
Basically from me. So we did all these segments. Somehow, I do a 3.5 hour show now, and I can't fit everything in. Back on that first episode, we had like 10 different segments, and they all squeezed into 57 minutes.
Because I think you were talking like 57,000 miles a minute.
No, if you go back and listen, I wasn't. It was very.
Your voice was more. You're like more airy.
Well, it was lighter. It was more airy. It's also the recording is probably a notch faster than I sounded in real life. I imagine if we put it through like GarageBand or Audacity and put it to just a little bit slower, it would have been the more authentic voice of what I had back then. Although, of course, my voice is now deeper and a little gravelier. I'm a man. I'm a natural born man. And I'm doing Dave's Gone By. It's almost 9:30.
Do the popcorn. You didn't do the
Popcorn! So I told you all this stuff that I'm hoping will be part of Dave's Gone By today. So let me tell you a few things, though, about my week before we get to Greeley Crimes and Old Times. It was an interesting week, right? Let me do two happy things. A lot of happy stuff happened this week, right? And as I am saying this, the people are coming to fix our kitchen sink drain because the water yesterday was just sitting in the sink and all black and cruddy. I thought it was kind of like I run water in the sink in the evening, and of course it's the evening of a holiday weekend, right? Because that's when these things happen. And I'm running water, I'm cleaning like utensils and stuff, and I don't even think about it, and then I notice the water ain't going down. Water's not, just sort of sitting there. And I'm like, oh great. So I go, idiot me, I go get the plunger. Because I figure, this works on a toilet.
That should not be a lead-in to any fixing.
That's right.
This works on a toilet.
It's like a heart surgeon. Bring a plunger. This works on a toilet. So I grabbed the toilet plunger, because that's what you want in the sink. And I started going, poof-pa, poof-pa. And black stuff starts coming up as it went. And I'm thinking, okay, this is going to do it, right? So I go, poof-pa, poof-pa, poof. And now the water's turning incredibly black and ugly. Right, and meanwhile, it's still not going down. And then we bought weeks ago these plastic kind of drain snake things, which are good for like if you have hair clogs in the bathroom or things like that, because it'll grab. They're long, bendable, plasticky, not ropes, but it's just long bendable with little hooks on them. So the idea is that the hooks will catch hair that is clogged going down the drain and wrapped around the pipes. So it kind of works. I mean, you push it down there, and in a bathroom sink or drain, you'll pull it up, and you'll see like hair, maggot hair, just wrapped there. It's like, oh, okay, got it. And it will, again, that will not really fix a real drain clog, but at least it gets out some of the yuck. You pull it up and you look at it, like, holy mackerel. Look at all that stuff. So I thought, hey, that might work in a sink. Maybe it'll pull up like an old tomato or something, a piece of liver that was stuffed into the pipe. But no, didn't do a darn thing. Didn't unlodge anything, because when you have a sink that goes all the way down, the clog is way in the U-pipe, way under. So it was like, now, of course, as always, in trying to fix anything, because I'm Jewish, I made things worse. Now, instead of a sink where there's just some water that won't go down, I've got a sink where there's just black crud staining the enamel of the sink.
It looked like the river of sticks in hell, honey.
Yeah, it was just like literally like sediment and silt.
And then I had to put on gloves and clean the
and greasy filth that wouldn't go and that would permanently stain the sink.
Something was slimy, I don't know what.
Yeah, it was just like, right? So, and now we're like, and it's, of course, the evening of a big holiday weekend. So we're thinking, okay, so the sink is going to be off limits until like Tuesday at the earliest when they can send somebody. Wouldn't you know, I've got to say, and I've got to give props to, well, assuming they do a good job. I'm literally looking at their truck right now. It's Clogs for Us. I don't know how they charge. I don't know if they're exorbitant,
but they also do arterial bypasses.
It's essentially the same thing. But if I ever leave my current job, I want to work in a place called Clogs for Us.
It's better sink than toilet.
Yes and no. Yes, and we happen to have 2 toilets, which is very lucky for us.
Yeah,
but if you don't have a kitchen sink, you can't really cook. You can't clean it. You can't, you're putting dirty dishes unrinsed into the dishwasher. It's very difficult to do without a kitchen sink. It's of course very difficult to do without a toilet, but if you have a spare toilet, or a bucket, or a jug that you can pee in, you can manage without, one bowl. But without a kitchen sink, it's tough. So I'm hoping that they are reasonably priced and they do a good job unclogging the kitchen sink that got clogged. So yes, that was the finale of what had been a pretty good week, albeit a week that started with the news. I mean, what a year!
What's the news?
What a year this has been. So let me recap for those of you who don't watch it. The year started like January 7th. We get word that my uncle, who has been estranged from the family for decades, my aunt's ex-husband, but who I really liked, and I was quite close to when I was a kid.
You had a similar sense of humor, I think.
Yeah. I mean, he was a cool dude. My Uncle Sonny. He and his longtime girlfriend, woman he was living with, were out in, was it the Carolinas or Florida? They were Florida.
I don't know. I forget. Yeah. Well, it was not in New York.
It was all the way down.
Yeah. It's where they lived. It was where they lived.
Yes, yeah. And they were in, not their fault, they were in a car accident where, I won't give a lot of the details because this will be legal, but a police person was on a call trying to stop a crime, and in doing so was going about, and I'm not exaggerating, about 125 miles an hour. Gesundheit. So he was zipping along, they were turning, and he just T-boned them completely and killed both of them, presumably instantly. Yeah, just mashed the car into pieces. And so my uncle, Gesundheit, who, I admit I hadn't spoken to or seen hide nor hair of since my...
Quiet. You hear the snake?
Oh, they're doing the thing downstairs. Was he at our wedding? Gesundheit.
I don't know. I don't think so.
He was at my bar mitzvah. I know that.
Yeah.
I know they were already divorced, but I wanted him at my bar mitzvah because he was my uncle, for crying out loud. So okay, a week into the year, it starts with my uncle being demolished, Gesundheit, by a police car. I mean, so many black people complain about death by cop. Here's an old white Jew. And was murdered by police. It happens, folks. So, what was it? OWJM. Old White Jews Matter. So, he's dead. That's how my year starts. We're still in the middle of a pandemic.
It was a shock. It was just shocking.
Yeah. Well, we're wearing masks everywhere. Thank God. Nobody in my circle gets COVID for some lucky good reason. Come through this, at least to this point. No problem. But that's it. So, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Year starts with that.
Sorry.
And then, look at other stuff. But then, of course, if you've been watching the program, about 3 weeks ago, and not unexpectedly, my father died. Right? And we have been living in my parents' house.
Aren't you supposed to say a blessed memory?
Well, Philip Lefkowitz, a blessed memory, right? He should be written in the book of, he isn't written in the book of life because he died, but my father passed away. It was, he was in such pain, and he was in such constant misery for months that I can't say, oh, no, you should have lasted another month or a year or two. It's like, no. God God tortured him enough and then took him. You know, whatever your thoughts on religion are. So that happened literally 3 weeks ago. It was tough, and we had the funeral and the family. So that's happening at the funeral.
Oh yeah, this is
my mother told everyone. She said, "Please, we're going to do the ceremony. We didn't have a funeral indoors. Everything was done at the cemetery out in New Montefiore in
graveside.
In Farming. Yeah, graveside. The rabbi's talking. She tells the family.
And the rabbi said, "I'm taking down my mask, but I'm fully vaccinated and I've had a COVID test this morning."
Yeah.
So he's like super cautious, right?
And everybody there, almost everybody there, is old Jews who've had.
There was somebody who was going for surgery. I don't know who she was, and she stood up.
Yeah.
She said, "I'm going for surgery tomorrow," so she stood like way back. Yeah.
And of course, this being my family, we're all ready, except my my uncle and his husband, who are lost. Well, no, it's not my uncle. He's my cousin. He's my cousin.
I think so.
And his husband, they get lost like on the southern state somewhere.
In their defense, they're from Manhattan, so driving out on the island, and also we both know GPS. My GPS is crazy, so I think in their defense, when you're not from a place and you're driving far, it's a little bit wonky.
Well, fair enough. Yeah. No, I get. I mean, please, me driving.
Yeah,
I need to leave. If I'm going anywhere new, we leave an extra hour just because I know I'm going to take one wrong turn.
Howie Fox gave you a thumbs up.
Well, thank you, Howie Fox. So I'm, and it's not a terribly hot day. It was actually a nice day, but still we're standing out there.
It was about a half hour.
Yeah,
and other family members had to go fetch them.
Well, that's the thing. We couldn't begin without them.
Because Bonnie, she was fetching them.
Right, I know. The sister of the dead man had to go in the car and find them. So now we're at the rabbi's like, I got another one after this. And we're just like, well, we can't start. The sister's gone. She's helping to find these two people who are lost, and it's like, so we're standing out there at the cemetery. And after a while, you start telling jokes because you're standing on. I'm looking down at the casket of my father, and I'm still turning to my cousin Adam, and we're turning to like, so what's there? Because what do you do when there's no ceremony there and you're just waiting? It just becomes another family gathering. It's like, so what's new? It's hysterical. My uncle comes finally, and so my mom has said so. 12:30.
There was a bathroom stop in.
Yeah, that's right. They make it to New Montefiore Cemetery about half an hour late. We're like, okay, fine. And the sun's beating on my head. I had like a sunburn for 3 days after it. So, and do they come right to the grave and say, let's get the... No, they have to pee. Because they're old Jews. Well, one of them is. One is a gay Filipino. But all right, they're both gay. So I guess gay Filipinos have to pee. So they go off, and we're still waiting. It's like, Jesus Christ. But they get there, and my mom had told everyone before the ceremony, I was like, please, no speeches. No.
It was for the sake of Corona. I mean, and it's hot.
It's hot. We don't want any embarrassing moments. We just don't.
Pandemic, right?
Let the rabbi handle it. Yeah. We'll say prayers, and we'll do it. And it turned out to be, considering that nobody did or was supposed to speak, it was a rather long ceremony. The rabbi's going on about how this guy was a prince, and he never met the fucking man.
No, but he talked to me. I talked to him a lot.
Yeah, he took a lot of information.
I talked to that rabbi on the phone more than probably most people.
Anybody else. But I'm just saying, I can repeat a lot of the information over it. He was in the military. Yeah, we know he was in the Air Force. We know.
Yeah,
okay.
They say that because like his friends who are in that group, they like to hear it. People like to be recognized. Absolutely.
I mean, he did a very fine job, but he could have done the job in 20 minutes.
It's all about him in a good way. It wasn't about negative way.
It was fine. The rabbi was absolutely, considering he never met my father. He was going to. Despite the pandemic, he was finally...
That week.
Yeah?
That week.
Yeah. That week, he was finally going to come over and meet my dad. I guess my dad... He was like, I've lived through Clostridium differentis. I've lived through, having hydrocephalus. I've lived through not being able to walk. I've lived through this. But meeting a rabbi, I'm checking out. Goodbye. So the rabbi never did meet him, and it was a fairly longish ceremony, all told, and with barely any Hebrew, by the way. It was virtually all in English.
And he explained what you liked, David, if
Yeah.
you recall. You told me you liked that he explained the meaning of every ritual.
True.
He's like, this is why we put dirt on this is why we don't touch the shovel, this is why we
That
don't...
was the best part.
I mean, you liked the instructive part.
I did like that.
I don't know if that was just...
Some of it is absurd and where they do that convoluted Talmudic, we do this because of this, like ridiculous.
Vicki Quade
Hey,
said,
Vicki.
wow, 800 shows, congrats.
Thank you, Vicki.
You're getting into LNC territory?
LNC?
Late Night Catechism.
Oh, I guess because I'm talking about the rabbi and stuff. Thank you. Thank you for the acronym you just made up, Vicki.
Is that, I don't know. Is it?
It must be. Must be Late Night Catechism. Vicki Quade was the creator of Late Night Catechism out in Chicago, and then, of course, she did it in New York for a bit. Oh, my God! The drain cleaner man just left.
Ooh.
I'm hoping they fixed it. I'm hoping that was very quick. I'm hoping that was an easy lift for them, as opposed to we're coming back with construction workers.
We're coming back with the, the heavy guy.
We need the backhoe.
We need,
We need to come down the chimney and go through the drain that way.
I hope not.
But so this was just this past week, a week ago. So now the funeral was 3 weeks ago. So we get through this, and my mom said, "Please, nobody speak." Of course, my other cousin.
No, but he's a direct cousin of your father. That's why, isn't he a direct cousin?
Yeah, well,
Their
yeah, all these people are my father's son. Everybody except my aunt.
Yeah.
My mother's sister is essentially on my father's side.
Correct.
So this other cousin, he's like, I want to say something. I'm like, oh, God damn it. I mean, not so much that I didn't want to hear, but my mother made express request to everyone to shut the fuck up.
David, your mother would never say that.
No, she would never put it like that.
Your mother would never say that to people.
Well, of course, my cousin is like, I just want to say, I was like, all right, go ahead. And he told very quickly in a very cute story. It was fine. It was great. It was lovely. And the funeral went, and we all got home and did stuff in the backyard. It was great. But wouldn't you know, my uncle was punished for not listening because a few days ago fell and broke his hip, or broke his hip and fell. It's hard to tell with these things. So I hope he's okay. He's at the age where they can't really put him in rehab or put him in a hospital. He's fine. He's fine, but at the same time, he's got to recuperate at home. Hope he's doing all right. But good. This has been the year, right? So my uncle dead, my father dead, my cousin having a broken hip, just one after another. My boss, her son, 2 weeks ago, was riding his motorcycle, which, what do you call that thing? It's a...
So we used to say, and this is terrible, but organ donor. They call motorcycles organ donors because people crash and then they give the organ.
So her son was, just riding along, and a woman was turning and didn't see him. And, so didn't see him in the sun, and just went right into him. Now, yes, he was wearing a helmet. Yes, he was wearing really good protective gear, which essentially saved his life because he got mashed and mangled, and he's in a cast. And I mean, I'm talking like a body, rib, everything. Broke stuff in his back and his arm, and it's just, he will recover fully, but it's going to take many, many weeks. So they've been dealing with, my boss. She is so checked out at this point because she's retiring anyway in a few weeks. So there's that. Selling her house, trying to buy a house out in the Carolinas, and now in the midst of that, her son getting almost killed on the road. It's like, do I have to come in today? Do I have to do any work? This has been the year. So any bright silver linings, I'm like, oh, something good happened. Something happy happened. Something I can be excited about. All right. So here, first of all, let me tell you. I was at work for a day or two, and my ear was kind of hurting a little bit because I think I had a pimple in it or a baby cyst or something like that. And I'm like, and when I was finished, why is there a little bumpy there? There's a little, and I know it's not like anything medical. I'm not a hypochondriac in any sense of the word. It's annoying. So, you feel it, can I pop it? Can I do it? And as I'm feeling it, what's even more irritating to me, and I keep mentioning OJ, the old Jews, I feel that there's hairs in my ear. like not shaved hairs that are loose, but just literally growing out of my ear, as they will at a certain age. And I'm like, oh, the one thing I wanted that day, I just wanted to come home and grab my beloved Conair nose and ear hair trimmer and get those little pieces of hair that I kept like tugging at and tugging at all afternoon. I'm typing, I'm doing work, I'm finding like, get the ear hair. I can't wait to get home and use my beloved Conair trimmer and just go zip, zip and get it, right? So I come home. I'm all you saw that. I was so excited.
And then, it's in every bit of joy a little sorrow. You have a little sorrow.
So I reach for it.
I still don't think we have all the pieces, FYI.
Oh, you think? Oh, you mean for this thing?
One beard thing we don't have.
Well, here's the deal. I grab the trimmer. I'm like, okay, because usually I don't think about the ears. Joyce tells me, oh, you've got hair growing out your ears. She plucks them, she gets them. Me, I'm the nose hair guy. Oh, it's the nose hairs that annoy me. And I'm like, there's one. So I'm like, I need.
Please don't ever tell anyone I'm the nose hair guy.
I am the nose hair man. So I grab the Conair trimmer and I turn it on, and nothing. Nothing at all. And I'm like, no. I flick it. I turn the cap, I put the thing, I take out the battery, put the battery back in, nothing. I go, all right, dead battery, must have left it on, must have done something wrong. I get a new battery. I put it in my nose hair trimmer, turn it on, nothing. It's dead. Dead as my father is this nose hair trimmer. Thank God. And I'm like, I am crestfallen. My crest has actually fallen.
So what did you yell?
What did I yell?
You yelled out obscenities and you said you...
I said what? Oh. Well, no, that's not. No. This is the old one I'm talking about. This is my beloved Conair. It was like, and I'm just like, great. This wonderful implement I've been using to debilitate myself for so long has joined the choir invisible and unbuzzable. And I'm like, what the hell do I do? So I start going on like, I got in my ears, I need to get them out. So I go Googling, I go eBaying, Amazon, I start bidding on a trimmer. And so the guy wants $15 for it, no shipping. You pay tax, but no shipping. Like $15 for that? No. And we start counter bidding with each other. And I was like, okay, I'll 10. 10, it's worth it. And he comes back at me like 14 of that. And at a certain point, I wasted a day because I said, no, I'm not paying that for this. I reject your counter offer. When I said $10, I meant 10. I didn't mean 12. So there was that. And however, it did leave me without a trimmer. The hairs still growing exponentially, Rapunzeling out of my ear. What do I do? So I have to go to Walgreens anyway.
What a transition. So I had to go to Walgreens anyway.
And it occurred to me, you told me, but why don't you just go, instead of doing it, why don't you just go to Walgreens and get a trimmer? They'll have them.
Because, David, you enjoyed looking at the variety, comparing them.
And I want to find my old Conair.
Yes, I know. But the Conair one was pretty.
It was great.
Yeah, but even the Conair hair dryers, they're not the highest end. They're like the, what's that car that crashes when you hit into a wall? The worst car.
Oh, well, it was a, it wasn't the Beetle, but I remember, I know that,
Bulgarian, they're like one of that Bulgarian
a Trabant or something, yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. So, I get to Walgreens, I'm poking around, I don't see, and then I'm like, wait a minute.
You didn't ask for your best selection of nose trimmers?
I did. I had to ask the guy, I'm like, do you happen to, and it wasn't a pretty girl, right? But there was like a woman there.
Look for the hairiest old man, so you know that he knows what it is.
No, but you love asking like someone for help for something that personal when there's customers around. He's like, do you have something that trims nose and ear hair? And like a woman's looking at like.
David, the worst thing, one of my students in Greeley was a pharmacist.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so embarrassing because if you ever have to go to the pharmacy, this is your student, like, Oh, I said, see, I could be
Do you have the micro tiny condoms? I can,
Do you have the thing for my whatever? Yeah, it's like.
But he points me to the area, and I find I'm like, wait a minute, literally behind the pillar, they've got nose and ear hair trimmers, right? And I can see, amazingly enough, this is the kind of good week that this was mostly, that they're actually on sale. Ordinarily, it would have been $17, and it started making me regret not giving the guy on eBay $12. But it was on sale for $9.99. I grabbed it, even though it did not look like it. It looked like almost a toy. Did not look like my old Conair. I took it. I was like $10. It'd been, hopefully it'll work. It'll get the job done. It's a rather simple job. Go into these holes, get what you can. Go into these holes, get what you can. So I get it, and I bring it home. And now I'm still tempted, because I got the ear hair, I got the thing. And I'm like, no, I'm going to wait. I have this. I had it like Thursday. I'm going to wait until I get on the air to share with you my brand new micro groomsman kit from Wall. Okay, $10 on sale. Here it is. Impressive. Huh? Looks like a big pen of some kind. This is the implement specifically for nose. I hate shit with attachments. I don't want this, and I don't want. Well, this is like just a cap, and I don't need it. Just give me one thing that does, because you lose the attachments invariably, or you don't want to deal with taking them on and off and using them and don't using them. They make these men's grooming shaver kits with 18 different accessories, and you put, so if you're doing the left eyebrow, you use this one, then you just replace it and put. Now, if you do the right eyebrow, but you need a different implement for this. No, just give me a fucking razor, okay?
Honey,
I'm just saying.
I love this. Why don't you?
Do you
need your toothbrush?
You can get my toothbrush.
Do you need it?
No, because I have this.
Okay, so
I have this.
Do not put that in your mouth. Sharpie,
that's what she said.
Ouchie.
I'm not going to put this in my mouth. But this, and I put in the battery that came with the implement, and I turn the switch, and nothing happens. And now I want to throw myself through a window. I'm like, you've got to be. Maybe I put the battery in the wrong direction. So I pop it back in, I screw the thing on. Click, nothing. And I'm just beside myself. I mean, what does it take in this world to get my nose hair and my ear hair trimmed? And then Joyce looks, she bothers to look at the instructions. And she realizes that I've been putting the battery in just the cover, not the place where the battery actually goes. So this is why old Dave does not fix things. She takes the battery, she pops it in. Listen to this. It's much quieter than my old one, but listen. Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
It's so quiet. Is it on?
It's like a dildo for a mouse. Listen. It's working. I'm going to take this now. This is actually the nose implement. You're going to see the first ceremonial nose trimming of Dave on Dave's Gone By. Here we go. Let's get it. Get in there. Oh, you hear that? Listen for the crunch. I'm specifically doing sort of the mustachy top part here. Do you hear that? In West Side Story, they say the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. The sound of crunching hair that you can't get at any other way, is the most. Oh, stick a hair in there. Get it. Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the stuff.
Oh, what was that?
What? Did you hear it?
Squeak.
Oh, no, that was me going. That was me laughing.
You're excited.
Okay, and I still got hair in there. Get it. Come on. Yeah. Oh. This is podcast entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. My nose and ear hair trimmer. For no particular reason, I always have more hair in this nostril than this one. Nothing grows in it. And now I have to admit, we couldn't wait. I did do the ear. Where's the other? See, I've already lost the other. No, here's the other bit. This gets the ear stuff. I don't know how. It's a much more frightening little implement. But it worked. So, ladies and gentlemen, even it was worth it. If this never works again, it was $9.99 plus tax, well spent, to groom the hair from my nose and ears. I am so happy. This and another happy thing actually happened this week. I'm very happy to mention that. But you know what? We have a guest already waiting in the Daverhood. I want to remind you, you're watching Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and wonderful wife Joyce. My potato is here with us. The Grand Knish made an appearance on what is our 800th episode of the program. We are live, by the way. It is Saturday, May 29th, 2021. We're calling it Stamp of Approval because we booked folk legend Peter Stamfel for the program. I'm wondering if let me check Facebook to see if he has not responded. Oh, gosh. Oh, I'm just so hoping. Anywho, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he will turn up. But I'll tell you who has turned up. A woman who was there for the very beginnings of this program 18 and a half years ago. Her name is Joey Alcarese. Let me get my questions for her. Let me get us on gallery view so I can talk to her. And she's connecting to her audio as we speak. Where is, here we go. And I gotta get my audio up. That's what she said.
Make sure you're in the gallery view.
Yeah, I am. Joey, I need her to.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Joey Alcarese. I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Hey, I can, Dave. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Are you going to do video too, or are you just a picture there?
Well, right now you're going to do the picture because I'm driving until I can find a place to pull over.
Cool. Okay. When you pull over, we'll actually get to see Joey Alcarese, the former programming director for WGBB-AM 1240, for a while in Freeport, Long Island, for a while in, West Babylon later on. First of all, main question, the main thing is to concentrate on your driving, but how are you doing, Joey?
I'm absolutely wonderful. God is good and I'm still breathing. So a year later, I'm still here.
Well, a year later, why? What happened a year ago?
Well, COVID happened.
Oh, that, yeah. I've had so many deaths and things around me that I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot about COVID. So you didn't get it? Did anybody you know get it, survive it, or anything like that?
Well, my husband passed, and I believe he was probably one of the first ones. But anyway, I'm still here, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea. So you're not sure if he died of coronavirus or not?
Well, the deal was he got the flu in the hospital.
Uh-huh.
So I'm pretty sure that they gave it to him and they put him on a respirator, and that was the end of it.
I'm very, very sorry. I really had no idea. How long were you married?
20 something years.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
I really don't know that much about you. Do you have kids?
I don't, but listen, let's go on to hopeful things.
All right.
So I didn't really even mean to bring that up, but anyway, I can flip on the video for a little bit and let me see. How do I do this? Okay. I got you. All right. Can you see me?
All right. So tilt a little. You look great. You look absolutely like you did 20 years ago. It's amazing. How are you? Well, I know how you are, but yeah, I see you. You can see me, I guess. Uh-oh, now you're frozen.
I can see you.
Oh,
Okay, so let me put the picture. Okay, let me put the picture back on so we can talk. Got it?
You don't have another. Well, it's good. It's good to physically see you for a moment. Yeah, with your Wi-Fi.
Well,
Yeah.
let's. Yeah, I don't want you to keep using. We're good.
I think we're good. If it can only work as audio, then I'll have you turn off the video. But it's good to physically see you. This is neat. So, what have you been doing all these years?
Well, believe it or not, I went from WGBB to being retired for a few years and having fun. And then I really fell in love with. I teach driving.
Oh, that's wonderful. Joey, I'm almost tempted to ask you to turn. Well, let's see if the video can work, because it's a very.
Let me You're frozen again.
I'm frozen. You're sort of frozen.
Okay. Let me watch you. You're more animated than I am.
I thought you just saying I was a moron, but which would be true. But no, I'm an animated kind of guy. So Joey Alcarese, this is fine. We can have a phone conversation. I'm glad to physically see you for a moment or two. So you've been doing driver's ed for what, about 15 years?
Well, yeah, about 15 years. I did driver's ed. I do private, but you know what? I love it, Dave, because it's like this human experience. If I could risk my life doing anything else, it would be this.
Well, have you had any near, like, close calls, or even not so, like, I assume, well, what's happened? What are the funniest, weirdest things that happened when you've been teaching driver's ed?
Oh, there are too many to calculate.
Well,
but the most fun, I'll tell you about when I first was a new instructor. The kids, when it would rain like it's raining today, there'd be the big puddles. They'd open the car windows and somebody would stick their head out the window and we'd try to get them wet in the puddles.
That's nice. That's okay.
It was so fun because they'd get soaking wet and we'd have so much fun. That was one of the funniest, craziest things we ever did. And of course, I was new, so I didn't know I couldn't do those things.
Yeah. I mean, hello, you're trying to get people, safely alive and with their driver's licenses. Did you ever have an accident? Well, not you driving, but one of your people while you're in the car.
Well, that's an interesting thing, Dave. Did we have a crash or did we have an accident?
Either one.
What's the difference?
Well, we pick one. I mean, you ever go into another vehicle?
But see, most people don't know there's a difference between a crash and an accident.
What is the difference?
Well, if I have an accident, I was not at fault.
Oh.
Whereas a crash kind of means you could have been at fault.
Exactly.
All right.
So, have I had accidents? Yes. Was it our fault? No. So, yes, there's all kinds of incidents. But let's talk about you, Dave.
With me, I do this show. Everybody knows everything about me. I do 3 hours a week on Saturdays. There's nothing anybody doesn't know about me. It's you. I haven't seen her.
Ask Joey what her first impressions.
Well, that was one of the things I wanted to have you on, because this is our 800th episode of the show. You were there when I walked in and made the deal and wanted to get on WGBB. So, what were your first impressions when Joyce and I came in there, or when I wanted to do the program, or I did the first show? What were you thinking?
Well, you were a character.
In what way, Joey?
You were a character. You were just so delightful, so funny, so uplifting, and it was like, we got to see where this guy goes. And actually, I haven't, truth be it, I am so busy. I haven't followed you, but it's so good to hear your voice, to see that animation, because I personally think you should have gone a lot further than you did.
Yeah. Thank you. What a backhanded compliment.
Tell Joey, your wife and your mother think that.
Yeah, I think it too. I should have gone much, much further than I actually did. Radio's a tough business. But I thank you certainly for that. I mean, did you, when I walked in there for my first show, I had, as Joyce remembered, a 27-page script, and I handed it to Engineer Paul, and his eyes just went, what? Are you kidding me? Because most people go on there, they have some notes, and they're essentially off the cuff, except for commercials. Me, I'm like, well, yeah, so the music cue comes in here, and then I start talking here, and just at this word, you turn up the music under, and he's like, okay, Dave. I got color coordinated with stickies and everything. That didn't last too long. But I'm glad you thought I was animated. Whatever happened, I also want to know about people that, well, you weren't there for that much longer. Do you remember Don Lewis?
Oh yeah.
And Eddie Hugg and the Moonshiners? Do they ring a bell?
No.
Because they were on right before me. They were on Sunday nights. You were trying to do sort of an entertainment block on Sunday evenings.
I'm trying to think. Were they the comedians?
Not really. Don Lewis was just like this local cab driver guy who was a very convivial, um, John Gambling kind of presence. And he did a show, and Eddie Hugg and the Moonshiners were kind of this bluegrass band that he would have play with him in the studio. And it was kind of neat. And I would come on after him. You don't recall?
I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't know why.
Well,
But
how long were you at GBB?
too long. No, I'm kidding.
I know, I know.
No, I'm kidding. When the Chinese took over, it got a little crazy. But anyway, so it was kind of hard to do Chinese during the day and English by night and by whatever.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I can imagine, but how you had been there under the previous regime? How long were you there pre-Chinese?
It was about 4 years.
Oh, so what are your memories, even before I got there, of like funny things or goofy things of working
Well,
for radio,
there,
running a radio
there,
station? Yeah,
there's certain people you never forget.
yeah.
Like, I remember certain things by like things that happened, like 9/11. I remember my first vacation and going out and seeing the guys at the studio door, the comedy team, John LaRocchio and Tommy Towers. And I
Okay.
call him Tommy Towers now because he lost his life in the towers. But you remember things that like people, what they did, the funniness, the humor, the laughter, the crying, Joyce Keller. um,
Yes, Joyce Kelly, the what was psychic,
the psychic, and I used to tease her all the time and go, Joyce, you're not really a psychic, you're a psycho. and,
and she would respond, "I'm an entertainer," which
yeah,
she was.
exactly, that was Joyce. And I think Joyce is still around, and I know she lost her husband, but the people, it was like we had Rich Johnson, the fishing show.
Right.
I think Rich is probably still on WGBB.
I think he is. What about Manos Galanis, the Greek guy?
Oh, Manos Galanos. I don't know. I lost touch with Manos after a while. I would be surprised, but Greeks live a long time, don't they?
Yeah, well, I would hope they do. I mean, because he would always, he would always bring like bottle of wine for the staff on Christmas.
Yes.
He was always very,
Manos was a wonderful, wonderful person. And Lou Tilano, Streetwise, he's still on WGBB.
yes, he is. And GBB moved back. This shocked me. They actually moved closer than they were when I first went there. They're in like Baldwin or something now, or
I don't know
Merritt.
where they are. I have to ask Lou, but he they moved to the old WNYG building, and I don't know why they left there. But anyway, GBB was a lot of fun. GBB, Long Island's first radio station, and even today it's still there. So that was kind of cool. I had the vision back when was to make it back into, even though we only had those little spaces of time, back to our community. It's really, life is about community.
Right, and radio, as much as it conglomerized in the 80s and 90s, and then it just became like one station coming out of Texas somewhere that was on 100,000 radio stations across America. People realized, and advertising people realized, that no, it's the small local stations that can sell the ads, that can keep, if you're local, people feel that, and they want to tune in local. They want snow days. They want to know when their kids don't have to go to school. They traffic reports. They want to hear and feel like it's still next to them and not just coming out of some soulless building that one programming director from Sirius XM is deciding, okay, this is the news, this is the sports, this is the weather. I really, really still believe that.
Well, you know what, Dave, with what has happened in the last 14, 15 months, people really do see that it's not all about that. Look at what has happened. It's right now, people have to be local. People have to be community. And it's wonderful that you have the internet and you can do all these things and we can get close. But people are realizing we have to stay with one another. We have to communicate. We have to reach out to our neighbors. That's the only way this planet is going to survive.
Well, I don't think the planet will survive, but until it does, we can make it a little better. up until that. Speaking of survival, did you also start like a foundation or some kind of organization to help abused women. Am I thinking about, is that right or wrong, or you were involved in that? What I
You're
missed?
correct. It was Us Against Abuse, and I still run that organization, and I've turned it up a notch, which is called now Fab Freedom Foundation. So yeah, still doing all that stuff.
Well, no, that's good. I mean, I know, as you said, you're a driving teacher, but you're also involved in this. And what does it do? It helps abused. What do you do, actually?
Well, abuse in any form, we don't want to tolerate abuse in any form. So it helps people when they're in need. But the Fab Freedom Foundation works with young people, which is really my focus.
Oh,
I've always loved young people, entrepreneurs, kids. That's, to me, that's what really makes the world go round. We're making the world better for them, Dave.
so like, what is a project that someone you've mentored or helped?
I'm
Like
sorry,
a
Dave,
success
you're
story.
breaking up.
Hmm?
I'm sorry, you're
Oh,
breaking
oh,
up a little bit. I didn't hear
oh,
that.
sorry. I'll ask again. Like, what is a success story? Like some kid that you mentored went on to do X, Y, Z. Did you get that?
Okay. Well, we have some GBB mentoring stories.
What?
I don't know if you remember, but I used to bring at youth risk into the radio station, and that's really
Oh,
where my passion began. I had lost a friend to an eating disorder,
hmm.
and I decided, you know what? This is something we're not talking about. Kids cutting themselves, kids killing themselves, people doing things to themselves. And maybe there's hope for them. So that's where I got my inspiration. And I started to hopefully make a difference. And yes, there have been people who've been helped, women who've had their children, gotten their children back. I had to take a couple of people underground where they had different identities. I mean, a lot of strange stuff in my life. I never stop. So
No,
for me, it's always an adventure.
what was your initial background? Did you grow up on Long Island? Where are you from originally?
My mother.
Okay, well, thank you for that. No, but are you a Long Islander born and bred, or do you not want to talk about that? I mean, I don't
No,
think there's anything bad about talking about that.
no, actually, I'm actually an import from Germany.
You were born in Germany? When
I
did?
am. I was a love child.
Oh, no, hello. So how old were you when you came here?
I was 2.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
So no,
I was
not
I
sprechen
was
Sie
2 when
Deutsch.
I
You
came
don't.
to
Yeah.
a glance bissel.
Well, but that almost sounds Yiddish, which of course it wouldn't be. So, what do you remember anything since you were two
Well,
years old?
they're very close.
I missed that.
They're very close.
That was
I'm
breaking up.
having a hard time with the audio.
Do you remember
What?
anything before you were two of like Germany at all, or is it just nothing? Not one memory of when you were like a little tiny thing in Germany.
You know what, Dave? I'm not sure that people really remember. I I've had people say they remember everything. I don't remember anything. I remember stories people told me.
Right. That is so true. I mean, I do remember like being in my crib. I don't remember like the physical like being in Brooklyn in my crib, but I do have a sense memory of sleeping in my crib. It's amazing. Not from someone people
Really?
told me, but that I can remember actually the feel of like the plasticky rubbery mat I was on against my face. That is a literal memory that I really feel. So yes and no. There's stuff I remember, and of course, there's stuff that people tell us. Like, what is a funny story that people tell about you from your childhood?
Okay. Well, my mother's when I was little, she said I used to go terrorize the swans. I used to
Oh,
go steal their eggs. So my grandfather would always try to keep me in. And I was like 2, and I'd put my hands on my hips, and he said he'd close the door, and I'd open the door, and I say, no, the door stays open, but in German.
wow.
So they would always tell that story about how I was so obstinate. No matter what they did, I always wanted to do the opposite.
Wow.
They wanted to close the door. I wanted the door open. They wanted the door closed. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Days goes by.
So have you stayed that way? Are you essentially not oppositional, but are you essentially like a stubborn, I'm going to get this done kind of person?
I'm a rebel with a cause. Absolutely.
I love that. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
Absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
I like being a woman. Why would I want to be? You know, women have more rights than men.
On what planet? Where? How?
I'm joking.
Oh, yeah.
I'm joking.
Okay. So
what I'm saying is women want to be men, men want to be women. I'm happy where I'm at. You know, it's like I want the doors held open for me. I don't want chivalry to be dead.
Fair enough. I've always wanted to be a ring-tailed lemur, and I've been working on it. I'm raising money for the surgery. Hasn't happened yet.
Well, listen, no, Dave. Now you can identify as anything you want and be it for the day at least.
That's it. Well, I would go lemurring for about half a year. I really want to get into it and then swing from the trees and have a nice tail. You know.
Well, you can make that happen.
Now
I'm sure they're starting to make that happen. You could be part tail, part human.
Most people would say I'm mostly tail for many, many years. So let me ask you, Joey. I know that you, we won't get in again to your loss, but are you gonna start dating again? Are you?
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh,
absolutely not. I'm happy
with men.
I'm happy being single.
So, what are your hobbies these days? You know, I know you do the foundation. So, what do you do for fun?
Let's see. I think traveling has been kind of fun. I'm starting to travel.
Yeah.
Just people. You know, people have always been my fun thing, Dave.
Huh. Well, I guess it's in all the stuff that you do. It's important. You know, if you're going to be driving kids or having kids drive you around, you got to like young kids. And if you're at a radio station, you got to like eccentric. What did you call me? Not crazy. What was the word you used? What did you call me?
Special.
Special.
You know what? That is the word special, but not that kind of special.
Yeah, that's right. Joyce just says I should wear a helmet all the time. I just should.
Oh my goodness! You know who you just reminded me of?
What? Ooh.
What was his name? Bob Nelson, the comedian.
Yes. What happened to him?
Yes, I haven't thought about him in years.
I remember. Oh, I mean, he used to do that character, the helmety and the boxer guy who was taking the punches. What?
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, so that's another thing I'm involved with veterans and boxing and yeah. You know what? My life is so full. There's so much that goes on every day. It's a new adventure every day.
That is, you know what? It's not only just a great attitude, but it's actually true for you. So many people say that, oh, you know, so many go, oh, it's so great, but you actually really have filled your life with fun, meaningful things to do. You get people their licenses, or you help them get to that point. You train them to drive safely. You know, you're helping veterans, you're helping women. You haven't really done much for the lemur community. I've been reading up on them.
Well, but I could learn about that. And you know what? I'm thinking about another one. Do you remember the time? I don't know if you were there when we brought the bear into the studio.
No.
Oh, we had oh goodness. He brought a bear in and the tiger. Larry Wallacat. I forgot the name of his show, but it was a pet show. And
did you realize
a 9-foot grizzly bear?
Did he understand that it's radio and that he could have just brought a recording of a bear going "Rrr," and we would have bought? He didn't actually have to bring a bear into the studio.
I brought the bear in, and the worst thing was the bear decided to take a pee. Yeah, I've never seen a bear pee before, but
Yeah.
all I knew, I thought we were going to go swimming.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because it's enormous. And somebody peeing for 3 straight minutes like a horse. Oh my. Well,
Exactly. And I think he didn't bite us, but he did take a piece of the couch.
holy cow!
Oh,
Was he even trained?
He was trained, and that's, like you're bringing out, like I'm thinking about all these people I haven't thought about in a while and how much fun we had.
Well, no, that wouldn't have been fun for me. I would call with a tranquilizer dart. There's a bear peeing near the control panel. It's like, get the bear and the tiger. We keep forgetting there was a tiger there as well.
what did the tiger do?
Yeah.
Was the tiger problematic or?
Who's the tiger?
No, the tiger was the cub, so he was cute. He was like a little kitten, a little bigger than, like a dog kitten.
Did you just go up to this guy afterwards and say, don't be bringing a bear into our studio again, please?
No, actually, Larry and I were good friends, so it was like Larry was crazy. He would do things. He still, as a matter of fact, he just had another tiger. His kids are like, what was the guy with the gators? What was his name?
Grizzly? I don't. He was mauled to death. Werner Herzog made a movie about this guy who lived with bears, and everything was fine. And then one day, the bear wasn't in a good mood and tore him to pieces.
Right. Well, that's like Siegfried and Roy, right?
Yeah, exactly. The tigers, we love the tigers. They're so nice. They go through the hoop, they go through the fire, and then one morning the tiger gets a hangnail and is a little pissed off. And the tiger's like, "I'm gonna claw your face to pieces just because I can." And it's like, no.
It really, we're laughing, but it's really not funny because they're animals. They're wild. You don't know. Right? I mean, the woman, I was telling one of the students, I said, this woman raised orangutans.
Yeah.
And the friend got her face ripped off.
Yes, of course she did.
Yeah, and the kids are going like, no, that didn't happen. I said, okay, let me Google it for you. And it's like, yes, those things happen. They're wild animals.
There's a reason they call it going ape. It's what they do. They go ape. Oh,
the planet of the apes living on it.
I do remember when I was doing my first and second and fifth and 10th show, Engineer Paul had a pet cat, sort of a stray cat that he adopted, and I would be going all over the studio and peeing wherever it wanted to. You remember that?
Yeah, listen, we had some crazy, crazy things go on. And actually, I just spoke to Paul, I think it was maybe 2 or 3 months ago.
How's he doing?
Well, Paul's Paul. He was living in the X-Files for a while.
I don't even know what you mean.
And they actually came and got him. But Paul would cease to amaze me. It's like, what the hell are you in now, Paul?
Yeah.
Paul saved us a lot. He'd go out to the towers when it would go down. So Paul's somewhere in the Midwest, I think.
Oh, really? Because he was he was working for not NYG. He was working for another radio group for a while. The guy like Zev Brenner and those people. But that's a lot years ago. That's the last I heard from him. He was fine, but he's also Paul, so he's never completely fine. And now it's nice to know. I'm hoping he's having a fine old time. I mean, he's probably like in his late 40s, early 50s now. It's weird to think about. And
we're all getting up there, Dave. But
well,
you look wonderful.
Joe Salzone, his start, and he's doing really, really well.
So there's a success story.
It really is. He's over at in I guess upstate New York. He's gone from a couple of different radio stations, just moving up the ladder and being like the morning show man. So
he's one of my success stories. I remember meeting him at the track in Bayshore.
Yeah.
And giving him his start.
Yeah. Yeah.
She used to drive him. Yeah, he was young.
He was a kid. He was right out of.
I thought he was like 18.
He was maybe 17.
He was in high school.
Yeah, he was a high school kid. Nice guy. I mean, he's kind of now that he's higher up on the ladder. I try and contact him, and he's like he ignores me. I'm like nobody now to Joe, and he was my engineer. Come on, yeah.
Does he really? I'm surprised.
I don't know. He said, well, he's also Joe. He has things that he goes through, but he's doing. Well, it's true. It's true. But he's doing all right. He's doing better than all right, I'm sure.
The kids are all right.
And who else? I'm trying to remember just any further.
How about Tom?
Well, Tom, you knew, because Tom came in, he became programming director after you, so I don't know how well you knew Tom Ross. Or did you?
Right. Well, I knew Tom for a while. I thought they'd be dusting cobwebs off of Tom, but I actually ran into him and he's in security.
What?
Oh, he's not. Is he still doing like 1 or 2 days a week at GBB, or he left completely?
I honestly don't know. I don't think so. I didn't ask him that.
So he's got a steady job with benefits. That's great.
That is good.
I cannot imagine him chasing down a perp, though. I can see him sitting at a desk going, stop. Please stop. Tom, I really like Tom. Tom was a cool guy, but
but his mom was sick. I hope she probably is. I don't know. He was worried about his mom a lot.
And also, the only way that he could really, considering what WGBB paid, the only way he could really live was he was working once or twice a week with Mickey B.
Oh yeah.
When the rock and roll king Mickey B would do shows, Tom would sort of DJ for him, and Mickey B passed like 2 or 3 years ago. Do you have any Mickey B memories?
No. I just saw Mickey B like 6 months ago.
Wait a minute. What? Wait. What?
I saw Mickey B about 6 months ago when I went to buy carpet.
Hold it. All right. Let me check on that.
He may have died since, but maybe it's a year ago.
So maybe it wasn't a couple of years ago, but I thought that was his last name. It was.
I saw him. It was so funny because I walked into a carpet store to buy carpet, and there was Mickey B.
Right. Oh, why did I thought I read like a memory of him?
Promotional? Ask her, was he doing promotional?
Well, Mickey B always is a memory.
Yeah.
He was another character.
I had thought, I could be totally wrong. If I am wrong, I hope you tell him or you bring it to him and say, hey, he's not dead.
Dave, he got a divorce, so that could be his death.
Oh. Oh, boy. Ooh. Did you have an unhappy marriage, Joey? Just the way you talk about men now and all of that. You were married 20 years.
Who, Mickey B?
No, you. I'm saying the way you talk about marriage and not dating again. Were you happy or not, or what?
Of course, I was happy every day of my life.
Okay. Just
I used to have a saying where my husband is married, I'm not.
Oh.
No. I never cheated on my husband. We had a wonderful relationship. It's just, sometimes people grow differently. I'm a people person. My husband was like a recluse.
Oh, really? Kind of like me, actually. But
yes, I know that introvert, extrovert.
Yeah. No, but opposites can attract that way. Like you were the person who did the meeting and the greeting and the talking and the going and the out, and then you come home and you have someone who was quiet. And that's kind of neat, too, I think. Or maybe not.
Maybe not. No, listen. Life gets tough sometimes, but then the tough get going. So all I can say is I have a wonderful life. I've always been a blessed woman. That's always the way I've considered myself. And if I can help somebody, if I can do something for somebody, that's what I want to do. And I've never changed.
Well, I just remember that you were, very supportive, very nice, which is what I was nervous as hell walking into to try and do this radio show and not knowing what I was doing and trying to over prepare and under prepare and just, dealing with everything. And you were, you helped, but you also stood back and didn't tell me a million things that I had to do. It was kind of like, you got 57 minutes, they're yours, have fun, obey the FCC rules, have a great show. You weirdo, you. But that's exactly what I needed, and I appreciated that. And I'm sorry that you didn't stay with GBB a lot longer, and that things didn't work out with you there. But I'm very happy, obviously, that things have gone so well for all the things that you do in your life. It makes me very happy that things have continued to turn out well for you, honestly.
Well, thank you, Dave. And you know what? Now I'll tune into you more often when I have a moment.
Yeah, I mean, we're here for 3 hours on Saturday. You can take a moment. You can take like
Hours.
minutes to look and say, oh, he's more gray in the beard, a little more bald. Yeah, okay, now I can turn off the thing. But he's alive. So, but Joey, let me give you my blessing and thank you so much for being with us on this Saturday morning, May 29th, 2021. Wishing you more success, so many more licenses that you give deserving students, so many more people that you help, and so many good times. And hey, do you have any travel plans for 2022?
Yeah, probably Virginia, Pennsylvania. I'm on a quest now for We the People. My new thing is the Constitution, bringing it back.
Oh, okie dokie. So I know it went away, but just kidding. But
We the People.
This is true. Well, you are great kind of people. Joey Alcarese, I want to thank you very, very much for tuning in for joining us on this Saturday morning on Dave's Gone By. Blessings to you, and don't be a stranger. Okay. Bye, Joey. I think she froze audio-wise. But thanks so much. Bye, Joey.
Okay, bye. Take care. I'm sorry we lost contact.
Well, now we're back in contact again, and it's great.
Okay.
Have a great one.
Good to see you.
Bye-bye. Joey Alcarese, ladies and gentlemen, here on Dave's Gone By live on this Saturday morning. It is May 28th, May 29th, 2021. I am Dave Lefkowitz. I do want to remind you a couple of things about this show. First of all, and perhaps foremost, we are helped by the very, very fine people at Hewlett Minuteman Press. They were there for the very first show we ever did back in October of 2002, and they've been our sponsors ever since. The fine, fabulous Toron family that operates the franchise of Minuteman in Hewlett, Long Island. And I just, as I said, mostly good things happened this week. It was mostly positive stuff. I did get one piece of not so great news. Yvonne, who has been working with them for like 2, probably 3 decades now. Well, I mean, lucky her, she got a new job and she's going to be moving up and making more money and stuff. But she's Yvonne, man. Yvonne! I've been working with her for years and she's going away from Minuteman. But you know what? The family still owns and operates it. They've got other great people working there. Aldina, there's a girl there with kind of colorful hair, and she's really nice. I'm sorry, I don't remember. She's newer. But Hewlett Minuteman Press, the copy kings of Broadway. So in honor of Joey Alcarese, let's just look at the letter A here from Minuteman Press. They do ad specialties, anniversary seals, announcements, artwork, kind of graphic stuff. That is just, I'm promising you, the letter A of all the services that are available at Hewlett Minuteman Press. They do UPS shipping. They're also known for law enforcement printing, digital copy services, bindery, gifts that they'll do for bar mitzvahs and sweet 16s. There's also a full-service shipping center, and as they say, our ultimate goal is service. Check them out on the web, by the way. They're at HewlettMinuteman.com. HewlettMinuteman.com. Plus, you can stop in there, and if you do any job, big or small, you get 10% off by mentioning Dave's Gone By. So whether it's just, copying a black and white piece of paper, double-sided, color copying, special paper, huge paper, flyers, banners, balloons, business cards, wedding invitations, Hewlett Minuteman Press can do it. Give them a call, 516-569-5577, 516-569-5577. And yeah, They are the Copy Kings. 516-569-5577 for Unit Minuteman Press. Well, it is about 25 to 11 Eastern Time here in the Daverhood, here on our 800th program, where we're waiting for our guest that I dreaded, and so far it's coming true. Well, I dread his not appearing, and he hasn't appeared yet. So I'm a little worried that he's oversleeping and forgot, because that's what hippies do. So we'll wait. But we have so much else to do in the show that we'll move up a segment and hope that he does join us. And if he doesn't, we're still going to do a damn good show. So here's the deal. Let us move on to, want to do some Greeley Crimes Old Times, babe? Yay. Greeley Crimes Old Times it will be. But first, since, again, so much happy stuff is going on, this also happened. And this happened yesterday.
What?
Joyce and I are out, driving around, sitting, talking, just having a nice day out. Because we still aren't comfortable having a nice day in somewhere, except in the house, because of the pandemic. But we said, let's get coffee and tea and maybe a snack.
Oh, the yummy cake?
The yummy cake.
Oh.
Not my favorite kind of cake, but it was good. It was real good.
It was delicious.
As a matter of fact,
I haven't had a banana in so long.
Right, exactly. I figured you would want to try
delicious.
that.
That was banana, Nutella, or Nutella.
So there's a coffee shop in Limerick that I used to go. I mean, I'm not that huge a coffee guy. We want to give him a plug. Ground Central.
Ground Central, I'm sorry.
In
Ground Coffee.
Limerick. And I used to go there, especially in the evenings, which was really great because, if I was coming back from somewhere.
Linzer Tort, that's what they had. Linzer Tort, what it's called.
Yeah. What was nice is after a certain hour, I don't know if they still do this, especially, God knows how they survived that year of pandemic, but you could get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, and if it was after a certain hour, all their pastries were half price. So I'd be like, I didn't even really want the coffee. I wanted like a half-price pastry because everything tastes better when it's half price, right? So, but we were there early in the afternoon yesterday. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to treat myself. Joyce wants her tea. I could go for a nice coffee and just have a nice little dessert, even if I have to pay full price for it. So I go. I don't know why I did the air quotes. There was no reason to do air quotes.
Why are you doing that?
So I go in. And I placed the order. This is kind of the funny part was I'm looking, I'm like, Nutella, banana bread. That sounds, I like the Nutella part. Joyce will like the banana part. Let me get a slice. So they go, and it's fresh. So it's soft and sort of mushy to get. And he doesn't really have a cutter. He's just using his gloved hand.
Why doesn't he have like a thing called a knife?
Or a spatula.
Spatula?
Yeah. No, he's just reaching for it. And in the process of reaching for it, he kind of mashes it up. He says, no, I'm not going to give you that one. So he goes behind it and he gets a nice slice of this Nutella banana cake. I get that, and I come out. And as I'm walking out, I hear the guy go to the guy behind the counter, tell the person behind me, who obviously comes in there a lot more, and he seems to know, well, yes. And he tells the guy, hey, do you want a piece of Nutella banana cake? I can't sell this one because it's fine, but I mashed it a little with my fingers. And I wanted to sort of come back in.
People, that place has given us Linzer Tort. Yeah. They've given us, we go there, one time I wanted one cookie, she gave me like 5. And she gave me a piece of cake because they were closing. They give you, they're very generous.
Yeah, they are.
They refilled the tea. They would have refilled my tea. They're very good.
I know that. Yeah. So normally they're good, but how do you like paying like $4 for a tart, and you're walking out and they're saying, hey, would you like one free? Because I had my thumb on this one, and I was like, I would have taken the thumb one for free, or like, hey, you mashed it up. Give it to me for half price. I'll eat it. You didn't do anything to it. You didn't spit on it or anything.
I'm going to put them in the chat.
But still, it was yummy.
Can I put them in the chat?
Who?
The coffee.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. You can like them. I mean, and it was good. And I had a cup of coffee. Now, the reason this is not a plug. This is not an advertisement. The reason I am bringing this up is you have heard me on this program over the past few years occasionally complain. Well, you always hear me complain. But that a year or two ago, to save our feathered friends, the swans that Joey Alcarese used to torture, the ducks and the fish and all these things in our oceans and seas are getting strangled by plastic, right? We know the six-pack plasticky thing that hold those together, and the plastic straws that go in the water from garbage. And oh, look at that. These things just, they go in, they're pollution, they're non-biodegradable, and fish choke on them, and they get caught in the rings, and straws are really bad for the birds, and they're terrible. So they're doing this thing to stop using classic plastic straws, which I'm like, I will get on board with that. I believe in the environment. I like birds, I like fish and animals, but, and I've said this many times, you don't stop something that's really good unless you have something that properly, fully replaces it, right? So, or you learn how to recycle it and reuse it. So you can take a plastic bottle, mash it up, and make another plastic bottle out of it. I'm down with that. I think that's great. You should be able to do that with straws too. But they said, no. Now straws have to be made from a different material, a biodegradable material. So I started going to these, I guess it is well over a year ago. I would go into restaurants and diners in New York, and I'd have a beverage, and it would have a straw, and I'd take the straw, and it would be made out of like paper. And you could tell it was made out of paper because unless your lip was soaking wet, it would stick to my lip. And I have to pull it off my lip, and because it'd be chapped. Yeah. And so I would be drinking from it would not be a pleasant experience, because then, you don't always take the straw at the exact same place that you had your lip before. So now my lip is on another dry place on this paper straw. And it was terrible, and it would get like crimped, and you couldn't really do it. And I'm like, they replaced perfectly usable, a wonderful item, a plastic straw, albeit non-biodegradable, and replaced it with something worse, right? They took something good, and in order to save the world, I was like, why can't they? How hard is it to make a straw that works really well as a straw and can be mashed up and recycled into other stuff? Well, yesterday at Ground Central Coffee, again, this is not a plug, this is just the truth. They've done it. They found it. There's a company, I even saved this, it's called Green Print. Green Print, there they are. I got my coffee, Joyce got her tea, with a straw that you can tell is not your typical clear plastic straw. It's sort of brown and speckly, and it feels kind of, it's kind of asphalty to the touch of your fingers. But the most important thing is you put your mouth on it, no problem at all. Look at it. Oh
my God, no.
No. It actually has even a better mouthfeel than your old-fashioned classic straw. Maybe because of the texture of it. I can come, just go like that. It's immediately wet and slippery, like the way a straw should be.
I can't watch it. It's upsetting my sensibilities.
And by the way, if you're freaking out because this is yesterday's coffee, it's a drop of yesterday's coffee with some of today's morning coffee in it. So, look at that. I didn't even think about it. I took a straw between my fingers, I put my lips on it, I took a suck, and no issues, no problems whatsoever. So, ladies and gentlemen, it took years, but they finally fixed it. They solved what do you need. I just did. There's no here. Oops. So this what a week it has been, ladies and gentlemen. I got my new nose and ear hair trimmer, and it works. And I got a straw that works. I don't need a million. I love $1 million, but I don't need $1 million, man. I don't need a chauffeured limousine. I just need to trim my nose hair and have a beverage that doesn't stick to my mouth. And I got that this week. It's been a great week in Daverhood, ladies and gentlemen. You know what else makes it great? Greeley Crimes Old Times.
You want to talk about your excitement?
Oh, you want to mention? All right, yes, let's mention that. It was a really, I have to say, it was a really good week. We have family news that I can't mention on the air yet. But I can't mention on the air yet. But there is some happy family news that so I wish Mazel Tov to these family members. But even more important than that, it's about me. So, for years, every year, I submit almost every year, a one-act play to this theater company. They're actually fairly well-known off-Broadway company in New York called the Red Bull Theater. They're not like Manhattan Theater Club or the Vineyard, but they have gotten a good name for themselves. They're the Red Bull Theater Company,
but not Red Bull like the drink, because that's the current. Yeah,
no relation to them at all. But they started like as a sort of an off-Broadway outfit, doing reconsiderations of classic plays. We're talking about Shakespeare and John Webster, and plays of 100, 300, 500 years ago. I don't think they did the Greeks. Maybe they did some of the Greeks, but
Shakespeare, I think.
Yeah, Ben Jonson, those sort of era plays. And they've got some well-known people connected to them and on their board and sometimes acting with them. So every year they also have a one-act play contest. And there are certain rules to it. It can only be 10 minutes, and they generally have a theme that you have to connect it to. And it's also got to be old-timey. It's also got to be connected in some way to not just the theme of that they're choosing, like courage or vengeance or whatever word they give, but it also should have something connected to plays written back in the 15, 16, 1700s. So, because that's what they've specialized in. So every year I try and send something to them, a one-act play. And a couple of years I'd forgotten about this. One of my plays made it to sort of the finals, but nothing came of it. I just said, oh yeah, your play's a finalist. Yeah, all right. So that was really nice. But this year, I wrote another play for them. And every year I kind of wonder, I don't know, do I really want to bother with this? And, I'll just send it in. There's hundreds of people sending their plays in. They never get done. I end up writing. Nobody else is going to kind of do it. It takes hours and hours of my time. I'm trying to get inspired to write something, blah, 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 all the things a writer goes through. And this time again, I looked at it and it's like, oh yes, it's time for the New Short Play Festival. We need new short plays. Our theme is restoration. Restoration, like, because they do restoration plays and plays of that era too. So I'm like, and I put it aside. I'm like, I'm going to just delete the email. I'm not going to bother. But then, of course, as soon as you start to think about doing that, the other part of your brain goes, well, all right, like 10-minute play doesn't take that long to do necessarily. And restoration,
and I must give you credit. You have been religious about your practice of writing 25 minutes a day. I slack off after the book, but you do it.
No, it's one of the highlights of my day. It really is.
You really are you are so devoted. I admire that.
Because there's days, and every writer knows this, where you can't wait to do it, and a lot of other days where I don't even know. What am I working on? Let me work on something else, because this isn't, it's like, so, because Joyce, oh God, more than a year ago now, I guess, found this writer named Helen Sword. She writes mostly for people who write academically, and she helps tutors writing, and she also has these videos of this idea of the tomato timing system. Of like, maybe someone like Stephen King or James Michener could just block out 6 hours in the morning and write, and then take an hour for lunch and edit. Most people can't. In modern life, you can't do that. But if you do it in little bits and bites, if you take not 2 hours, not even an hour, but like 25 minutes of a timed writing thing, or maybe you have 15 minutes for a writing exercise that will get you going, it's amazing how much you can accomplish if you do it every day, right? And at first I was balking. I'm like, I don't have a half hour in my day. I'm working on this. But then I'm like, what the hell? What the hell? So I started working on sort of a memoir thing, and I did a few chapters of that. And then it was like, I got a little set aside, got a little bored with it, and felt, you know what, let me work on this. And then, of course, when this, and there was a play, actually. There was a play that I started writing 2 years ago, another one-act play, that I loved. But I couldn't bring myself to finish. I didn't have the time to finish. I was doing this, and then we started doing this half-hour writing thing. And in a few weeks, I finished it. I got it done. I love it. I love the play, And then Joyce hates it because every time I look at it and revise it, I start laughing hysterically. And she's trying to concentrate on her writing, and she hears me going.
I'm writing about gentrification and the destruction of community for older people, and you're like.
And I'm typing funny things for two guys in a diner to say to each other. It's like.
You also laugh like Mudley. Remember Mudley?
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
And it distracts the hell out of her. Yeah. I'm sitting there at the desk going. And I know it's totally killing her concentration, but I can't help it because I've written something really, really funny. And that play, by the way, that is not the play I'm talking about. That play is called Cupid in Reverse. And I love it, and I hope somebody does it at some point.
I never read it, so I don't know.
I think it's hysterical, but okay. But that is, so again, when this came up, I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of, I don't know what to work on in my daily 25-minute writing sprint. I have this other play I want to deal with, and I don't really want to go back to the memoir yet.
Glass just posted a mazel tov.
Well, thank you, Adam. So, what the hell? Let me take some of this time and let me work on this play for the Red Bull Theater
I think the mazel tov's about the play.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, I haven't even said what happened with it yet.
Nobody's talking about that, so I don't know if it's 800 of the play.
Oh, well, it probably 800. Well, yeah, sorry, 800th episode of Dave's Gone By.
I posted a dancing bear.
Yay! Oh, the bear.
No, a teddy bear, a tiger. I posted coffee in an angry coffee cup. And when Vicki posted the thing that we're lucky, I put a thing saying we're blessed.
Joey, as Joey would say, we're blessed. So here's I start. Yeah. What? Sorry.
Vicki.
What about Vicki? Yeah,
she said it too.
Well, because she's the nun. She is from Late Night Catechism.
Yeah, she got blessings for your show, honey.
As a matter of fact, since we're not, you know what, Vicki, obviously you're watching. If you're watching the show,
I think she's rehearsing.
Oh, are you?
I don't think she's doing something.
Because at 10:30, Vicki. I'm sorry, no. Sorry, at 11:15.
What time is
we're going to be doing
Chicago time.
Chicago is 1 hour earlier. At 11:15, Vicki, we're going to be doing our Today Yesterday quiz with David Sheward.
Oh, she said bless for sure.
Thank you, Vicki. We're doing our Today Yesterday quiz at 11:15 New York time, 10:15 Chicago time. If you're around, would you like to zoom in with us and play the Today Yesterday quiz opposite David Sheward and Leslie Hoban Blake? What?
She said with the ruler just in case I need it. Oh.
She's the nun. She's the strict nun. Which is, a lot better than none. That's terrible. So if Vicki can answer that, I will send her the link, the Zoom link, and she can join us, because obviously our special guest is not...
she said sure send the Zoom link. She just said please send the Zoom link.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that momentarily. Should I do it via Facebook?
She's on Facebook. I do.
Fantastic. So let me see if I can... I'll do it privately. I'm not going to put, obviously, our here she is. This will just take me a moment, folks.
I'm going to say in DM.
There she is. Oh, I actually have to message her. Hold on.
I sent a DM direct message.
Yeah. Hold on. I've got to, what happened with that? Come on, stop that. Message. Yes, we're doing this live on the fly, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to you momentarily, Vicki. So, Vicki, if you can wait like 15, 20 minutes, we'll get you on the air. And you can play the quiz opposite David Sheward and Leslie Hoban Blake. Okay, just sent it. So, anywho, I start writing this play just because. Well, it's because I've got a half hour a day to do it, right? And time to revise it. And I'm thinking, restoration. I'm like, what do I want to do? I don't even like restoration era theater. I don't enjoy it much. I never liked studying it in school. But okay, I do, but I do, and I have done rhyming plays. The play that I wrote when I was in an undergraduate at NYU, the play that got me my master, no, a graduate, my master's degree was, instead of having to write a master's thesis, I had to write a play, and I did, and it was in rhymed verse. It was a Moliere style comedy, and I've been semi-revising it over the years. I love it too. I wish someone would do that play. But I have a facility with words and some facility with rhyme. So I'm like, okay, restoration, let me write a rhymed comedy verse thingy about restoration. I called it Restoration Playhouse. And I thought, okay, let's do it relevant to the times. Like, it's not set in the 1800s. It's set right now. A couple of guys, or guy and a girl, the gender's not, gender is fluid, as they are in so many plays right now. So
which play is this?
It's called Restoration Playhouse.
Oh yeah, this one. I thought you were doing that.
Yeah.
I got you.
And so they're in this theater. The theater's been dark for a year, but now they've gotten word from, and I wrote this a couple of months ago. I started writing it. So this was before Broadway, set a date for coming back.
Yeah.
This is when they thought, well, maybe theaters will open, but they can open at 33% or 50%.
Yeah.
So they got this. I had the idea for a play that's set in this tiny little off-Broadway theater, where the artistic director and the stage manager are now, they have the go, but they have to figure out how they're going to do it, how they're going to get people in, where they're going to get the money to run the theater, what are they going to choose to do. So it's just a short little play in verse, and they have to deal with a theater critic and journalist. They have to deal with a patron of the theater and also the landlord who wants to kick them out. I think it's very funny. Joyce says she finds the writing very tight and very.
Yeah, your language is always tight.
So
when you write. Even in your miracle play, when you won the award in Boulder, no, you didn't. You won the award in New York.
Yeah.
But when you were in Boulder, a lot of the tech crew kept coming back because the language was so compacted. They had to unpack it.
Yeah.
So they came back.
And they enjoyed it.
They were laughing, but they wanted to understand all the references. They asked me some of them.
So, so I finished the play. And I looked it over and I'm like, this is good. This is, it's relevant to the times. It also fits the theater's bill of something involving restoration, because it's restoring the theater. New York's being restored, and it's short. It's 10 minutes, right? It might go about 11 or 12.
Do they have a character limit or a time limit?
No character limit, as far as I know. 10, yeah.
And
it's got to be like literally 10 pages.
Restoration just meant to restore something from nothing, or
well, you could take the word however you wanted it.
But
so you could, yeah.
Wasn't restoration a restoration comedy? Is a type of
yeah. So the fact that I had rhyming verse fit in with restoration comedy too, but I was taking the word restoration in terms of restoring the theater, bringing audiences back, restoring New York, all that sort of thing. And it's a very funny play. It actually has a touching moment in it. I think it's lovely.
Yes.
So I sent the thing in, and I'm like, okay, here's another play that's just off the transom. And I get a lovely semi-form letter, because other people have sent their plays in too, from like the literary director of the Red Bull Theater. And he says, congratulations, you made it to as a finalist to our theater, our short new play festival. And I have to say, it felt good. It felt like, I got this lovely letter, and it wasn't just like last time where I made it to a finalist, congratulations, but you're like, we haven't made our final decisions yet.
The final countdown.
So you are a current finalist. There's more adjudicating to go. But you've made it this far.
They have 2 hired guns. They have 2 hired playwrights that are already taking spaces, right?
So there's 8 one-act plays altogether. 2 are commissioned. And then 6 people, they just get them across the transom. Agent submission, writer submissions, whoever. Mine came across the transom. And so they said, congratulations, you're a finalist. And not only you were a finalist, but you are currently as the process is going forward. So, and I'm thinking, you know what? This is such a nice letter. I've got a good, I felt good. I felt like, I have a real shot
good, David. You never
at this.
Feel good.
Yeah, but usually I'm thinking, okay, I am a finalist, yippee dippy. If I had won, they would have told me I had won, so forth. And what do you know? I get an email from, just on whatever it was, Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, from the artistic director. I'm sorry, not the artistic, from, again, the literary director, same guy, who says, congratulate. Well, no, let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay, you want to do it.
Congratulations. You made it past, like, this next 4 rounds of readings to get through our final. Your winner. Your play is going to be performed. Your play has been selected among 6 other playwrighs and the 2 commissioned playwrights to be performed in July. So the Red Bull Theater Company, probably online, I'm assuming, is going to be doing their new short play festival off Broadway, but digitally, I'm assuming, because the play can also work. But that's one of the other nice things about the play. I wrote it so that it could be done easily, digitally, virtual. But thank you. Yes. So I won. Me and 6 other people. We won.
What's the title of the play?
The play is called Restoration Playhouse. And as a matter of fact, if you want to read it before you see it in July, it's among all my other writings at davelefkowitz.org, davelefkowitz.org. That's where a repository of all my works, or I keep loading more of my old stuff on there.
Where is it?
davelefkowitz.org. So go click on my name there.
It's a total theater, okay.
Click on Dave, and then now you can just search for it in the search box.
Okay.
Look for Restoration Playhouse.
I can't find the search box. I see. I've got them blind. You know your wife is.
So Joyce is looking for it. She'll probably put the URL in her.
Of course I will.
And what's nice is it should come up right on top. There it is. There's the play. The best way to read it is if you click the button that says download. You won't download a file to your computer. You'll just literally see. You could if you wanted to, but it'll just show you in play script form the play page by page, as opposed. It's also pasted in on the page, but it's a little harder to read there. It's much easier if you click the download button. It shows you the PDF of the script in exactly the form I submitted it to the theater company. So I want to first of all thank so much to Nathan Winkelstein. That is not a name made up by Rabbi Saul Solomon.
Award-winning or what?
Oh, it what? Yes,
David's
award-winning, because it is. I mean, they're going to send the official email on Tuesday or Wednesday. Well, I got an informal congratulations from Nathan Winkelstein last week to say that my play, Restoration Playhouse, is a winner of the new short play festival from Red Bull Theater Company. They're going to produce it in July. So yeah, my career really taken off. I am famous now. Joey doesn't have to feel he should have gone much farther.
This is not your first award. You won the other award too.
Yes, I won the Lee Korff Award for Candide, and I won the Best New Nonfiction Script Award.
Red Bull Theater?
I'm sorry, Red Bull.
Yeah.
One like
word
Bull.
Or 2?
2.
Red Bull Productions, Red Bull Company?
Theater.
ER?
I think, yeah. So thank you to them, and that definitely made my, it's one thing. I've been a finalist before. I've been a consideree. I've made it up the rungs with some of my plays, but to actually get that, congratulations. I have several hundred submissions. Yours went to here, and now of course it sucks because I know if I submit another play next year, I won't match it. Because this one was just right. I felt it when I submitted it. I felt it when the guy even said I was a finalist. And I just felt, if there's ever going to be a year when I'm going to win this, it's going to be this year with this play. And next year I'm going to send something in. It'll be good, but it'll be like, thanks for your submission, but no thanks. Or you're almost a finalist. But so every writer has that moment of that short, unbelievably short moment of glory that is followed by, okay, still have to go get milk in the supermarket tomorrow. And then I still have to work on this other thing that I know I like and that I know is worth pursuing, but I won't get there. Just, I have to finish it because it's in my head, but we'll see. So, but for now, for a day or two, I was walking on air last week, and I appreciate the Red Bull Theater Company appreciating me. Especially on a week, I forgot to mention this, that I auditioned for something last Saturday after the show. I auditioned. There was this big, like, multi-person digital Zoom audition that was put together by this organization I belong to. And I'm thinking, oh, what the hell? What the heck? You know, so many people are auditioning now just from their homes, just from in front of a computer, sending in self-tapes, sending in digital things, not having to schlep to New York, not have to stand in a hallway with 10 other actors or 50 other actors. Just, you know, you get a thing, you send in a thing. Well, maybe I'll get an agent, maybe I'll get some. So I rehearse and I rehearse and I get my monologues together and I do it and, you know, felt that I did pretty well. And I got one response, but one small theater company out in California, a very legit one, says, hey, we'd like at least to add you to our roster of actors doing readings. So I'm like, sure, why, you know, thank you for thinking of me. That'd be lovely. Great. Meanwhile, there's like 50 casting directors, theater companies from all over the crickets. Nothing, you know. I'm not going to be the next Tom Cruise. Huh? Sorry? What?
Is this okay?
Yeah, no, let me just check something, folks. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta do a comma.
But that is definitely it. Joyce just is posting in our Facebook feed. If you want to go read my play, my award-winning play. It is nice to always introduce myself when I'm sending stuff in as award-winning playwright. I've been able to do that since the 1990s with Candide. But, you know, and then again a couple of years ago with Miracle of Long John's. But it's always nice to be, to say multi-award-winning playwright, Dave. By the way, you're watching Dave's Gone By. Oh, so I was just telling, it was vindication. You know, after pointlessly auditioning, almost pointlessly auditioning for all these people, and just nothing, not
virtual?
even a nibble. Huh?
The question is it virtual?
Is what for? I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's virtual.
I didn't put virtual.
Yeah, because maybe they're still deciding, but I'm pretty sure that they chose to do the play festival virtually this year, which my play would work for.
I gave Steve the. Steve said, "Thanks. Be nice to be on your show again."
You know, I've been holding that. I've been waiting for like the 20-year mark too, because he was one of our early guests.
Could he whistle on the quiz?
He could, well, not today's quiz, but I would tell Steve or Steve. Steve's obviously listening. So tell
Dave will contact.
Yeah, I've been because I love the idea of getting people who were on this program in our earliest years, 2002, 3, 4, and getting them back on here and seeing how they're doing. And thank God they're alive, because you know it sucks. No, because you know, not to bring everything down after so much positivity, but last week we lost. The woman who gave us Knockers Up. Yes, indeed. Rusty Warren.
What was that multiple award-winning playwright, David Lefkowitz? What did you...
Yeah. No, it's kind of... Rusty Warren, who was one of those 1950s ballsy, Belle Barthy kind of like comedian singers.
Judi Dench kind of?
Yeah, very Judi Dench. Very Meryl Streepy. No, but she... her most famous number was called Knockers Up. Yeah, I mean, it was raunchy for 1950s, but silly and funny and pre-feminist, if you will, with all due respect to Joey. So, and she had not been... It's funny, she had physical issues. I think she had to have an amputation or something over recent years.
God, honey, no.
But she was okay. You know, she was living, she was fine for a while. Then recently she went downhill. I mean, I think she made it to like 91. But we do want to bid farewell to our friend of the Daverhood, Rusty Warren, who passed away just a couple of days ago. And was there someone else in the Daverhood?
You had a list of people. You post when people die. You tend to post their. It was several people.
Well, it was Charles Grodin last week. We said goodbye to him. But I think it was Rusty Warren was the only one this week, thank God. But that's the thing. I come back and I'm like, oh, we bid farewell in the Daverhood to so-and-so who was on the show, so-and-so who died, so-and-so is this. There's always this thing in the back of my head of like, well, let's make sure, let's get the people who were on here all those years ago, get them back.
Rusty Warren.
Yeah.
I think dignity died when you became Mr. Rogers.
Oh, yes! That was the other. So many good things happened. Not the death of Rusty Warren, but the straw, good thing that happened this week. The nose and ear trimmer, great thing that happened this week. And I got my first ever. Joey says, "Oh, I should have gone farther. I didn't. I never made it." Well, let me tell you something.
No, she didn't say that. She said she always saw big things for you.
Well, it hasn't happened. But oh my God, after all these years, I got my very first piece of fan art. And this is important to me. It's like, I remember when
from one of your oldest fans.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been a fan for so long. He's been a devoted fan.
Yes.
He traveled amongst many shows.
He was listening before we went video. I think we used to get him at he started listening when we were on UNC radio.
I believe
so.
Yeah,
not GBB, but
I believe so.
Since the UNC days. But I remember when Conan O'Brien had a bit about hornymanatee.com. And it was all about, just this idea of horny manatees, pictures of them on social media. And then people actually started, because he didn't realize that you better grab that URL, NBC or whatever network he was on. So they immediately had to pay and get that URL for hornymanatee.com, or else they would be legally in terrible trouble if there was something awful on there. So they bought it. And then people submitted all these pictures of manatees in bikinis, all these drawings of sexy man on manatee things, just for comics' sake, because they love the show. They like Conan O'Brien, they like the humor, and tens of thousands of people watch it, and hundreds of people responded just by doing art. They thought, okay, let me say this for fun, and they'll put it on the website. Well, nothing like that has ever happened for Dave's Gone By until this week. When Stan the Man.
I'm going to post a picture in the group because I have it, I think.
I won't say the last name, but Stan, who has been, writing in and enjoying the show for several years now, he grafted in a Hannibal Lecter kind of a way my face, a picture of my face, onto the face of Mr. Rogers. And you see Mr. Rogers, the trolley is behind him to the side. He's in the neighborhood. I think the fish tank's over here, and he's just like in that typical pose with the sweater and the sneakers. But instead of Mr. Rogers' face, you actually see his hairline. It's better than mine. And then the Dave face right under it. And because I always talk about the Daverhood, right, which comes from neighborhood. And I shared that on Facebook, and the response has been lovely. It's been sort of, this is so frightening. This is so wrong.
People are truly enjoying it.
Yeah. It's the silence of the lemurs, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Stan. If anybody wants to send art and post it, share it on my Facebook page. If it's wretched, I'll delete it. But if it's even remotely amusing, I will absolutely love to share fan art and digitalization and whatever you want to do to enjoy and honor this program, Dave's Gone By. I am all for it. Well, it is just a couple of minutes up until a quarter after when we're supposed to be starting our Today Yesterday quiz. I haven't heard back, or I'm expecting that 3 different people, not good.
But you got 2 minutes. People are just on time.
Which gives me just enough time to remind you that all our archives, we've got nostalgic today about our first episode, our years at GBB, our years at UNC Radio, the people that I've dealt with and worked with. So you can hear so much of these archives. You can hear all of them by going to davesgoneby.com, DAVESGONEBY.com. So if you want to hear when Rusty Warren was on our program, go to davesgoneby.com, put Rusty Warren in the search box, or even Rusty, and it'll come up, and you can listen to I think at that point it was just an audio file. So you can hear it today, as clear as it was when we did the interview 8 or 9 or 10 years ago. If you want to hear when Charles Grodin was on the show, and Charles Grodin used to go on David Letterman and spar with him and be kind of intentionally comically weird and difficult. He wasn't at all. He was absolutely a lovely guest and a perfect gentleman. You can hear that on going to davesgoneby.com and search for Charles Grodin. You can either hear the entire episode these folks were on, or we have a separate archive just of the interviews. One of my favorite interviews ever was Dick Cavett I should really have, if he'll come back on, I'd have him on, because he was great. Talking about people who've hosted talk shows. And Dr. Demento has been on the program twice. Valerie Smaldone of New York Radio. I'm just thinking of radio people. So, yeah, they're all in the archives. Plus, we put our archives at archive.org. Archive.org. This is a nonprofit website. I'm not advertising them, I'm not shilling for them. They're a not-for-profit that is gathering entertainment and art from, the past couple of centuries. So, they have public domain books and classic literature on there, old-time radio shows, new time radio shows, archive.org. Plus, if you're an audio person, if you are into...
if you like to listen when you're doing stuff.
Yeah, and you don't want to sit and watch the show, Castbox.fm is meant for podcasts. So you would just hear the audio of Dave's Gone By, Castbox.fm, and it makes it easier to listen to as a podcast, although you can always take our show as MP3 off of davesgoneby.com. We put our stuff on YouTube as well. A lot of our older shows are muted or blocked around the world on YouTube because we used to play music. Well, screw them.
David.
Yeah.
I have something I'm going to share with you.
Yeah. Share that with me, and then can you maybe text David and Leslie and Vicki. Vicki, you're watching. Come on back. Come on. Here we go.
Just play this file for them.
We just want to play this real quick.
Yeah, just click on that file and play it loud.
Joyce and I were sitting in the car, talking, listening to the radio, and we heard this, and of course it was on WFMU. This is what was on the radio. This went on for minutes, yes. Ladies and gentlemen. This was actually, of course it was WFMU out in New Jersey, the show that does stuff with found sounds. This is, of course, Taylor Swift's new album. But I've got to admit some guests into the Daverhood, ladies and gentlemen. And we are on gallery here. This is excellent. We are here now on Dave's Gone By Live on this Saturday, May 29, 2021. Vicki, I see ya. And David Sheward, I see you too. We're going to be waiting for Leslie, Hoban, and Blake. David, you need to unmute.
Vicki's on stage, your virtual stage.
Oh, that's true. That is the late night catechism backdrop. Am I right? Oh, Vicki, are you muted? Or you're muted, Vicki. Unmute.
Do this, David.
Hello.
Hey, David Sheward, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
Former president of the Drama Desk, also a writer and blogger. You can read his stuff in theaterlife.com, culturalweekly.com. And Vicki, can we hear you?
Go here.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Great, yes, you're here. Thank you. How are you doing, Vicki?
I'm doing fine.
So, Vicki...
I had to wear my black and white, because,
Yeah, you're not in your... Well, it's not Sunday. On Sunday, you would be in your...
Doesn't matter. You wear it all the time.
Really? I guess you make a habit of it.
Dave.
Oh, dear.
Don't encourage him.
So how are you? David, I see you every week. You look great. Are you a football fan?
Me? No, not particularly.
I'm trying to adjust.
It looks like you're wearing a football jersey.
No, it's just
it's just a Charlie Brownie stripey thing. Literally from there, it honestly looks like there's a number on a jersey for like the Cleveland Browns or something. Oh my. Yes, I've got the pandemic thing too.
Everybody's got stripes.
That's true. Let's see what.
Everybody's got stripes except you.
Maybe Leslie will be wearing stripes when she finally logs in at 11:47 or something. So, Vicki, I haven't spoken to you in a while. How have you been? in the past few months of the pandemic?
Oh my goodness. Well, there's no theater in Chicago. It's just now starting to open.
Right.
And my shows will be opening in September. So
I'll put it
yeah.
in the chat.
So I've already
where are you going to
announced
be doing
that.
them? What venue in Chicago?
For 20 years, I was at the Royal George Theater,
Mhm.
and the George is being sold. It probably has been sold. It'll likely be torn down. So I had to move my stuff out. But luckily, I'm in the historic Greenhouse Theater Center, which was where the Body Politic started and where Victory Gardens Theater was for a number of years.
Oh,
So,
wow.
so I'm going into there. So my stuff is all there. Now we just have to get the set up and, we have to paint and all that stuff.
Is it like twice a week or just weekends, or is it an 8-day?
It's always just been weekends.
Weekend, right? Yeah.
Right. Friday, 2 shows, Saturday, Sunday. We add a Thursday sometimes. We add a Wednesday matinee. It's a little fluid, but the core is just those 4 shows.
Let me ask you, because it's been a while since I've seen Late Night Catechism. How much is scripted per se, and how much do you kind of improv and off the cuff, and like percentage wise?
Oh, it's heavily scripted, and even the cute responses that we've developed over the years are scripted. So we give those to the actresses. So, but then within the character, they have to stay in character. They're allowed to improvise with the audience. If something happens, a phone rings, something happens.
No, because I'm kind of wondering, like, when you come back, will there be jokes about the pandemic? I mean, do you add occasionally, or will there be?
Oh no, we do. We do add things, and we'll do some light joking. But honestly, after 16 months of a pandemic, no one really wants to laugh at it. Yeah, we're just happy we got through it.
Yeah.
Well, what theater, can I ask you? You said theaters are just starting to reopen. What is happening in Chicago? Have you seen anything? Have you watched anything outdoors?
I have not. I have supported every actor friend of mine who has had a Zoom performance, and I have done that. And I myself, we actually went into the George before we had to get out, and we filmed several different productions with very tiny invited only guests.
Sure.
So that and then I made those available. I streamed those and sold tickets to those. So that was good.
And you have those archived if you ever want to do that again, or if you can, for a benefit.
That's right. Now I have an archive. And here's the thing, though, and I'm sure you all understand this. After a while, you get really tired of watching things on Zoom.
Yeah.
I mean, they're clever. They were fun. I like to support people. But I really cannot wait until we can get back in front of a live audience.
Now, David, you went to Blindness off Broadway.
Yes, I did.
You went to Voyeur, which is sort of outdoorsy.
Yes.
What else have you seen?
Well, that's really about it as far as outdoor live stuff. I mean, over the course of the whole pandemic, I've tried to cover as much as possible to keep my credentials in, and my credibility. The last thing I saw on Zoom was John Cullum's one-man show, John Cullum, an accidental star, in which it was sort of an autobiographical cabaret, which was quite charming inside the Irish Repertory Theatre. I have to say, the Irish Repertory Theatre has been like one of the best companies to with the Zooming thing, because they've had something like every couple of months they've had something out.
Yeah, and people should know also that. Luckily and wonderfully, the Mint and Lincoln Center,
oh yes,
stuff that they were doing 2 or 3 or 5 years ago, and they've been running that. It's pretty professionally taped, and that's very, very. It's not even Zoom stuff. It's just productions that they did.
And the National Theatre from London was broadcasting their past performances, and they did some that were on television. The Romeo and Juliet, and I forget if it was them, but another British company did Uncle Vanya, which was available on television.
Wow. Cool.
Oh, I wanted to say just something about Late Night Catechism, which I did see off Broadway. And it was very interesting because there was 2 women in the audience who had gone to Catholic school, and they just wouldn't shut up. Well, no, I mean, 2 that they just talked like bad girls through the entire performance. And finally, the actress, I forget her name.
It was probably Mary Pat Donovan. Could have been.
Mary Pat Donovan. She had to go over to them and say, "Hey, you, I'm not a real nun. This is not a classroom. I'm an actress. You're at a play. Stop talking.
Yeah. Yeah. I've done that. I brought them up on stage.
It's like they didn't get
put
it.
their noses at the chalkboard. Yeah.
It's obvious that they had issues, that they were back. They thought they were back in school, and they were angry at the nun, and they were angry at the nun that was their teacher. And
yeah, you get that sometimes. You get people who just want to be a part of it. They think interactive means interruptive. We get people drunk. Oh my goodness, people with real attitudes. I mean, I've dealt with a lot of them. I brought 3 drunken women up on stage, put their noses in the chalkboard, leaned in and said, "This is a performance that other people have paid for. You have to get under control."
Yeah.
And it's interesting because my wife's mother she went to see Late Night Catechism a few years ago. It was the opposite thing. She was like terrified because she was brought up. Went to Catholic school, and she just sat there and was like, "I'm enjoying this, but please don't call on me. Please don't call." And she won. What was it?
No, I asked my mother. She didn't. She wanted to win the glow in the dark rosary, but she was so afraid, and she sat there with her hands crossed. And I said, "Mom," I said, at intermission, she wanted the rosary, so I bought it. And then I said to her, "Are you okay? Did you like it?" She said, "I loved it," but she was just so afraid to move.
Yeah.
99.9% of the audience loves it, and every once in a while, you'll get somebody who just has an attitude.
There was one. It was really funny. Mary Pat, when people were like taking, like eating candy.
Yeah.
Who's eating candy in my class?
Right. Did you bring enough for everybody?
Yeah. You see that picture of Jesus Christ there? Do you think he had a mint when he was?
Right. Exactly.
I don't think so.
And that's a bit
Dying
that is
for your
actually
sins.
that is a scripted bit that every actress gets to do.
It's a great line,
I
though.
think David should come in as the priest or the principal. Say
No,
that.
only Jesus.
David should come as that. No, David.
What other David? What?
David.
Oh, that David. I'm sorry, not me.
He should come in doing that line on the show.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Well, during the pandemic, I decided to be as productive as I possibly could. And I wrote a game show that we're going to do this summer. We're going to start it this summer. It's called "Are You Smarter Than Your 8th Grade Nun?" And it's going to be a lot of fun. So, yeah.
Wow. So no question about Darwin, though, because there'll be a real consensus of opinion.
It has to be. I mean, I decided to do things that in that game show that would be something an 8th grade nun would have asked you.
A lot of social studies,
exactly, civics, right?
Oh, civics. Yeah. What the hell?
Geography, math, right? Literature, things that you have long forgotten, but I think I can do a lot. There's a lot of humor in all of that.
Oh, well, I'm assuming. What was, I never took civics. I always wondered is it just how the government works and voting?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's kind of covered by social studies now.
Yes, exactly. But I try to use the terms that were popular way back when.
Like home ec.
Home ec. That's another one. That's right.
What do they call that now? Like house management?
They don't even have it. Are you kidding?
No. In the high school where I teach, they don't have it.
What did they get rid? So they don't teach women and men how to like cook and keep a budget, or
not any longer. No.
They do teach life skills. There are certain classes where this is how you keep a checking account. This is how you make a budget. Blah blah blah.
Okay. But they don't do shop any longer, where they teach somebody how to fix a car.
No.
Wow.
Well, there are special schools for that. If you want to be in a trade,
right,
you can go to this special school. You could apply for it, and they'll teach you mechanics.
Right. But late night catechism actually is technically supposed to remind you of grade school.
Uh-huh.
So, you wouldn't have gotten shop when you were 12.
Shop, that was it. Shop class. That's what it was.
Right.
Yeah, I hated it.
I did take that. I took mechanical drawing. Oh, God, I despise it. I just remember the one thing I learned how to do was I could take a metal, like, thing, and it had the wheel, the lathe, I think it was called, and I could smooth the edges out on the end of this metal bar. I couldn't make an engine. I couldn't do any other thing, but at least I could hold this and round the edges.
And what
I
good
did
was
for
that?
a
What
semester.
did that knowledge give you?
Oh, not a damn
No,
thing.
it did help you in prison when you made a shiv.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to take round things and then sharpen them so that I had things handy.
Now you know how to sharpen a pencil.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're not going to wait for, unfortunately, Leslie any longer. She'll probably join in like 20 minutes. But we have a game to do on our 800th episode of Dave's Gone By. We thank, first of all, David Sheward and Vicki Quade for joining us. So here's the deal. You guys, I think, know you. Vicki, you watch the show. David, you play it every week. So here's the deal with two contestants. Oh, I've got to get my dice roll thing going. Here we go. Let me just... what I'm going to do is, Vicki, could I ask you kindly... that didn't come up, right?
Vicki's played the quiz before, right?
I don't
No,
think...
I have not. I've watched it.
Oh.
I've answered sometimes in the chat.
Just, Vicki, these have nothing
Here
to
we go.
do with religion or grade school.
Oh, they
Or,
could, you know.
Now, Vicki, since you are our special guest today, could you kindly think of a number between 1 and 6 and tell me what it is?
4.
Wow, that was quick. Okay, Vicki, 4. David Sheward?
3.
David, 3. I'm going to roll a digital die thing. Roll. Guess what came up number 3? David Sheward, you get to choose whether you want to be first or second.
My strategy didn't work a couple weeks ago, so I'll go first.
David Sheward will go first. Vicki Quade will go second in our Today-Yesterday quiz. Now, David, I don't know if you were listening before on the program. You don't listen to the show before you tune in, do you?
Sometimes, not today. I was actually watching The Price is Right on Buzzer.
Wow. Is that still? Are they old ones? Like
they were actually showing ones from 1960.
Oh my gosh!
Those are the best. Those are the best because the products are like $1.16. Here's a new car for $2,000.
Actually, that was what they were bidding on. They were bidding on a new car, and it was like $2,500.
Oh, God. Well, hold on. Wouldn't you know? Only 17 minutes late.
Oh, and she's off now.
There
she is, back on.
I got a text from her. There she is.
Here she is, Leslie Hoban Blake.
Oh God! Hello, I'm so sorry.
Eyes.
The top half of her.
Good morning.
Leslie, do you have a chin? Leslie, can we maybe see your chin and things below? There we go.
There we go.
There's something on here that says that you are recording this.
You are. You're always
I'm really sorry. I apologize for looking like this today. That's the best I could do.
You're tastefully in black and white. Very nice.
Yes.
Oh, now you're off.
Oh, there I go. Okay. That'll teach you to give me a compliment. Something is wrong on my...
Now we can see you. Now we can't hear you.
Get back.
Now,
unmute.
Unmute.
What's wrong?
You're muted, Leslie.
You can unmute her.
All I can do is ask her to unmute.
Okay, yeah, do that.
There.
Okay, there you go.
If she's on her...
Congratulations on 800 shows, David. I'm sure this is not the way to do one of them, but there we are. Okay.
Well, I'm
get that light out of the way. There we are. Okay.
I'm ticked off because our guest bailed. He never. We're supposed to have a guest on the show. He never showed up.
Who was it supposed to be?
It was supposed to be a folk legend named Peter Stamfel, who was in the Fugs and the Holy Modal Rounders.
Oh.
Well, but where the fuck is he?
No, but I knew somebody. What was the name of the guy who ran the Fugs? The first head of it.
Tully Kupferberg, Ed Sanders.
Okay, I met Tully and Ed at the March on Washington in 1968 when we tried to levitate the White House.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's right.
I would have liked him here to, wow. By the way,
I didn't know him and they wouldn't remember me. They met 1,000 people that day or more,
But what, did they manage to levitate the building? I
don't remember. I went down with a guy. We were on a bus from NYU and I went down with this guy who I was sort of just beginning to date. And we get on the bus starts, and he says, by the way, I'm planning to get arrested. And I go, wait a minute, I'm not planning to get arrested. You know, what do? I'm going down to this, I don't know anything about this. And I'm very tastefully dressed. I have to tell you, in those days, I used to dress for my confrontations. I had on this cute little suit and high boots, and I looked terrific. I was not your typical. Anyway, so I'm the whole way down, I'm going, please don't do this to me. Don't desert me. And we get down there and I'm on my own. So I don't know. I honestly don't know what I was thinking of. I found a flower, and there'd been a thing on the cover of Life where some girl put a flower in
the gun.
so,
Right.
so I thought, what the fuck? I'll do that too. So I pick up a flower, and I go up to this guy who is younger than I am. He must have been like 17 or something. And he's holding the gun and he's shaking, and there's sweat on his face. He's scared to death. And I start to put the flower in, and a hand reaches out and grabs my arm and pulls my arm back and says, are you crazy? Look at him. He'll shoot you. He won't know what he's
By
doing.
accident. Yeah.
He's a lovely guy. We went together for 6 months. He was a sweetheart. Not the soldier, the guy who pulled my arm back.
Okay.
What about the guy that?
Good morning. How are you, Vicki? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Are you in a classroom?
Virtually,
Oh,
yes.
that's the background.
Yeah, that is her late night catechism.
That's the set.
Right.
Ah, okay. I remember that show.
So Leslie, what I need you to do though is I need you to pick a number between 1 and 6 and tell me what it is.
Tell her what's taken.
Can I have 6?
You can have 6, indeed.
May I have 6? Thank you.
You may indeed. So now we're ready to play the game. So yeah, Leslie, you missed about 15 minutes, but we didn't start the game. We knew you were coming.
And they missed, but you won your award.
Oh well, yeah. Oh, Leslie, David, you'll be happy to know.
What
I
did you
expect
win?
you to watch my play. Red Bull Theater Company is going to be producing. I won. I'm in their new short play festival in July. So
wonderful.
Yeah. So
you're a great company. That's Jesse
Jesse
Berger,
Berger,
right?
artistic director.
Love him. Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Is it going to be in person or online?
I don't know. I think it's online.
Let us know. That sounds great.
Yeah, we'll definitely with bells on. Wow, congratulations.
There's a brand.
I brought a friend.
Oh, yay! Potatoes here with me. Oh, and Vicki, do you have a pen and paper? Oh.
Good one, Vicki. Good one.
I do have a pen and
Not only
paper.
that, but my friend has sunglasses. Look.
Oh, let's see.
Because it's summertime. Because it's summertime. See? Oh, shoot.
By them.
Is it raining over there? Well, it would
Did
be.
you miss me and all the time taking I do? Wait, there he is. See him with the sunglasses?
Oh.
There he is.
Well,
He's a secret agent.
I forgot to ask Leslie, how are you? We
Oh, I'm doing extraordinarily well. I see the doctor on Tuesday. Then I'll find out whether I'm well or not. But
Okay.
I'm all healed, sort of, so to speak. I'm healing.
Good.
Yeah, it's been quite an adventure. Quite an adventure.
You look
I
great. You
tell you.
sound great. You know.
Oh, I don't look great, but thank you. Thank you. What is it? Lord love you for a liar? Is that the expression? Thank you.
I think you look terrific. Okay, then maybe
That's
it's me.
the title of David's play.
Lord love you for a liar. There we go. So
Right.
now, David, I better throw you a monkey wrench though, because here's the deal.
Yes.
Today's Today Yesterday quiz is a little different because
Oh, okay.
usually when we play the game, it's all about things that happened on that day in history. However,
Right.
this being our 800th episode, I've
Right.
decided to clue every question in to something that I did on the very first episode of the show back on October 6, 2002. So every one of these questions has to do with a segment or some aspect of the very first episode of Dave's Gone By.
Basically, it's
All right.
I will cede this to anybody right now. I have no idea.
Well,
So you don't have to have seen or listened to the episode. That's not the point. You're not going to have to remember what I
Something-
did.
Oh, I see.
It's all
Oh,
about
thank you.
things in
Good.
the show.
If they give
Okay,
me
fine.
cryptocurrency or sell me, I will give them the answers.
Yeah. And Joyce is saying if you can Zelle her or cryptocurrency some money, she'll give you the answer.
She'll give us the answers. Okay, you got a deal there, girl.
Go ahead.
So we've got the order as David, Vicki, and Leslie. Okay. So here's the deal. I'm going to begin with David, you get the first question
All right.
in our Today Yesterday quiz.
Tell him I put his cultural weekly in the.
Oh,
chat.
Joyce put your culture in the chat. She's diligently doing the Facebook.
Oh, thank you.
Channel name. So, David Sheward, first question. For years, every Dave's Gone By episode began with Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band's Tropical Hot Dog Night. That was the song. Since it's Memorial Day weekend, here's some hot dog trivia. Which of these, frankly, is not true about Frank's? So multiple choice. A, the most expensive hot dog ever sold cost $169 and it was sold off a food truck. B, last year at Coney Island, Joey Chestnut broke his own hot dog competitive eating record by consuming 75 franks in 10 minutes. C, the first time Mickey Mouse spoke on film, his first words were hot dogs. Or D, the restaurant chain Quiznos actually started as a hot dog cart, before becoming an indoor restaurant 5 years later.
So which of those is not true?
Which of those is not true?
Okay, Mickey Mouse Quiznos, $169, or
Joey Chestnut
or
eating.
Joey Chestnut. Okay, I think the thing about Joey Chestnut is true. Did you say Mickey Mouse first said hot dogs or hot dog?
First time, the question, the way I wrote it is, the first time Mickey Mouse spoke on film, his first words were hot dogs.
Now, he could have said hot. Now, that would be a real tricky thing if he actually said hot dog, singular, instead of hot dogs, plural. And I wouldn't put it past you.
Thank you, Taylor.
I'll say the Mickey Mouse.
You'll say that
is not true.
That is not true.
Okay. Oh, I gotta get my musical instrument. M-I-C-K-E. Why did you say that? That is not the correct answer, David Sheward. I'll explain later, but now one of you gals, gets to steal this question. I'm going to roll the die. It came up number 2, which is closer to Vicki. So, Vicki, I'll read the question again, and then you can try.
No, you don't have to. I think the answer is number 1, the price of the hot dog.
The price of the hot dog was, it's not true that the most expensive hot dog ever sold cost $169 was sold from a food.
I'm going to guess that.
Your final answer. Trucking, da 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 da. You are incorrect. No, that is not the right answer, Vicki Quade. So, Leslie, Hoban, Blake, you got a 50-50 shot at stealing this question. Which of
these? Read me the 2 remaining answers.
Yeah.
Just read me the 2 remaining answers, Dave, please.
So, is it last year at Coney Island, Joey Chestnut broke his own hot dog competitive eating record by consuming 75 franks in 10 minutes? Or D, the restaurant chain Quiznos actually started as a hot dog cart before becoming an indoor restaurant 5 years later?
To the best of my knowledge, there was no last year, period. Not for anybody, not for Joey Chestnut or anybody else, because Coney Island was closed and nobody would possibly get near each other or eat stuff out of a vat or anything like that during the height of this whole thing. So I'm going to say Quiznos started as a food truck. Did you say a food truck or?
Yeah, as a hot dog cart, because specifically about.
Yeah, let's say that Quiznos started as a hot dog cart.
You have to say which is false.
Which is false. Oh,
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut is false. Sorry, Joey Chestnut would be false. Right. Thank you, David. It's been a while. Thank you.
Chestnuts roasting, but you're incorrect.
Well, it is Quiznos.
Go figure. Yeah, what happened? They did do Coney Island last year. It was indoors. As a matter of fact, it helped because it was air conditioned for once, so that the eaters had a more comfortable thing for the competitive eating. And Joey Chestnut downed 75 hot dogs in 10 minutes. Yeah. But here's the deal. Okay. The true answer was that Carl's Jr. started as in 1941 with Carl Karcher when he borrowed $300 to start selling franks Soon he had 4 stands out in Los Angeles until he bought an indoor place in 1945. And you know what? Carl's Jr. didn't even do burgers until 1950. So there you go.
Interesting.
And
I've never even seen a Carl's Jr., but that's okay.
Oh, we had them all over Colorado, and
Well,
they're here.
yeah.
They're in New York. You can.
I'm sure.
The
Chick-fil-A is in New York too, but I've never gone to one of those either. Go ahead.
The Japanese fusion dog sold off a food truck for $169, included truffles, Wagyu beef, whatever the hell that is, foie gras, special mushrooms, and was sold in Seattle, Washington, and the proceeds went to the Red Cross. So it was also a charity sort of a thing. But
Wagyu beef is the beef where they massage the cows, and they massage them to make the beef as soft and tender as possible. Wow. It doesn't taste like beef anymore. It's got another taste to it.
Okay. Well, I've wagged the dog here because I kind of take that question.
Yeah, you beat us.
Yeah.
All right.
Fair and square.
Yep.
Fair and square. Well, now, Vicki, you get.
Well, I don't know how fair, but.
Fair. It was fair.
Vicki, you get the second question. You get in our first round here on Dave's Gone By, our Today Yesterday quiz. One of the things that we did on the first episode of Dave's Gone By was we did a little piece about Spalding Gray because he did his first suicide attempt at that week. So I talked about him a little bit. Best known for his monologues, Spalding Gray brought several of them to Broadway. The early ones, like Monster in a Box and Gray's Anatomy, were directed by Gray's life partner at the time. After some years writing screenplays, she became a psychotherapist and author of the 2018 novel Tips for Living. Name her.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I remember Spalding Gray, but I couldn't even guess.
Okay, so you're gonna pass on that?
I'm gonna pass.
Well, let's see who will have a ball with Spalding in our 2 competitors. We get the number 4. Well, Vicki, you are the number 4, but that's closer to David. So, David, would you like to take a shot on this one?
I saw Monster in a Box, and I think I saw Grey's Anatomy, and her name was there in the program. I'm sure he mentioned her in the monologue, but I don't
talked about her. Yeah,
I don't remember the name. I do remember Wallace Shawn's girlfriend's name, but that's
kind of famous. Wallace Shawn's girlfriend, yes.
Yeah,
Debbie Eisenberg, isn't it?
Eisenberg,
yeah, right.
The writer.
Doesn't get us any points though, knowing that.
I'll say Spalding Gray. Vicki something.
I'm afraid Vicki something was not the woman's name. So Leslie,
was Ethel something. Huh?
Ethel Alcohol. I knew her well. No. Want to take a shot?
Mr. P.
Yeah. Do I get a point if I know the first name?
No.
I'm doing a Dr. Her first name was Renee.
I will give you a point for
her first name was Renee, but I don't remember her last name. It started with an S, but I 5,000 names ago, but Renee was her first name. I'm almost positive.
Is that your? Do you want to try?
That's my half an answer, right?
Do you want to make
my half-assed answer?
Okay. Well, don't walk away, Renee. That is half a correct answer. So Leslie does get 1 point on that. Last name was Shafransky. Does that ring? Renee Shafransky.
I know it was with an S, but the rest of it would not come.
I would never guess that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured that was.
He talked about her incessantly, and he used her first name all the time. He said, so Renee said this, and Renee said that. Whoops. Oh, I dropped my doggy, and I can't get it because I'm on the bicycle.
Okay.
What you said last night.
Your lights are on
your I bend over, my stitches will pop, so I don't do that right now.
Lights are on your hat.
Yeah.
That's what you said last night, too.
Oh, right, David. Keep it up, David. That's what I said last night.
There we go. Joyce is forcing me to wear the hat.
Oh,
it's blinking. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, I can just barely make that out.
This is entertainment.
Tilt it to the side, not straight.
Oh, yes.
Oh, definitely. This is donkey. This works. Yeah.
It's that tilt that gives the. That's it, better. David. That's the handsome side. Stay there.
Looks like it.
No, stay looking to your left. Look over your left shoulder. Oh, is that your left? I'm sorry, your other left. Yes, that's the one.
Leslie,
That's the
you're a
one.
director. You're a director, Leslie.
I purposely.
Yeah, but I'm confused by the fact that everything is not only opposite, but inside out and upside down. So, yes.
I always like to have my hat in an angle that shows off my cleft palate. There it is.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
All right, here we go. The next question and the final question in our first round. Leslie,
Wait.
what? You can build on your lead, Leslie Hoban Blake.
That's my lead of 1 point.
Really?
That's really pathetic, you know.
Take 1 point.
Go ahead.
It
She's
only
right.
takes 1 point, even half a point, you win.
That is correct. So, Leslie, are you ready for the question here? Now, the great
Thank you,
Rabbi,
Dr. Sue. Go ahead. What?
the great Rabbi Saul Solomon was on the very first episode of Dave's Gone By talking about Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Now, we all know Rabbi Saul
Here I am.
is a sexy beast, of course. But another rabbi actually wrote a book called Kosher Sex, and at the same time joined forces with Pamela Anderson to campaign against the proliferation of online pornography. Name that Rebbe who ran for Congress in 2012.
He also did stuff with Michael Jackson.
Ooh,
Michael Jackson.
I don't know whether that didn't come out right, but he also wrote something with Michael Jackson.
now I can't get that image out of my head.
Yeah. Thanks.
Ay, ay, ay.
Because this is Thriller.
You know, I know this one and I can't pull it up. It's the first name, it starts with a B, and it's like it's an odd name like Booley or Booty or some weird thing like that. And I can't.
Michael Jackson would have liked that.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would.
I don't think
Oh Lord, I can't.
Oh.
No, it won't come.
That's what
That's
Michael Jackson said.
Yeah, I know. Okay, all right. You got one line for today, right, David? It's going to go for everything. That's it.
It works
Boom.
for everybody. It does. It really does.
Don't hand me no straight
One
line.
size fits all. That's what they say, and it's not true. Go
So
ahead.
they said last night.
Well, Leslie, do you want to just make up an, or I look rather dashing, I must say.
I even saw him on TV talking, on some ridiculous talk show over the years, and no, I'm gonna be very unhappy when you tell me the well, but they get to go after that. Yeah, no, that's it. Bushy douchey. I don't know.
Is the correct answer? No, it is not. I think it's not. Let's roll that die, and let's see if. Do you know your Jews? Come on, roll. There we go. So it comes up with a number 6, which is Leslie's number, but a little closer to Vicki than it is to David. So, Vicki, do you want to tell me about the rabbi who actually wrote a book called Kosher Sex and also campaigned with Pamela Anderson to stop the proliferation of online pornography?
She's in the wrong camp. It's the wrong camp.
Right.
That's Old Testament. She's New Testament.
And he also ran for Congress in 2012. Do you know who we're talking about?
Well, Leslie mentioned Michael Jackson, so that was a little bit of a hint. But there was a rabbi who was active with him.
You want to phrase that?
Well, I don't know. Let's just say he's connected to him in some way, and that's bad too. And it is like bully or something like that. But I don't know exactly what it is. But I mean, Leslie's on the right track there. There's something there, but I don't know exactly what it is.
Thank you for the support, Vicki. Thank you.
But that's not really an answer. Do you want to just
No,
make
doesn't get either of us anything.
Yeah. No. Cardinal O'Connor. No. All right, David Sheward, can you tell us who this author and activist is?
Mr. Mary Berkowitz. No, that's a joke. Okay, so I'm just I'll try to piece together the names like on concentration or something.
Yeah.
And I'll say Rabbi Bulowitz.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, Rabbi Bulowitz. Unless it was Abe Hirschfeld.
Don't be matching Bulowitz with me. I got you guys again. I guess maybe I'm a little closer to it, but it's Shmuley Boteach. Is that
Really? Whoa.
I just had dinner with him.
Did you really? Was it kosher?
I have no idea who that is.
Well, but no, really? Oh, because he was pretty famous for, when he wrote that whole kosher.
Oh yeah, for 5 minutes he really was.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
So now that we've got that,
I think it was very funny though, because I think Michael Jackson said something like, "I was with Rabbi Shmuley." It was hysterical.
What exactly did Michael Jackson? What was his connection to him?
I think
He supported him, or maybe Shmuley came out and supported Michael Jackson in his time of need. Who the fuck knows? I just know that he was involved with Michael Jackson in some way.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I don't know exactly what that connection was, but it was one of those celebrity, love
Mashups. It was a celebrity mashup. That's what it was.
He was over 12, so I guess he wasn't romantically involved with them.
Well, at least
who would you never think of being in the same room together? Oh, Michael Jackson and Rabbi Shmuley. That was right.
Exactly.
And he married him to Lisa Marie, I think.
No.
Did he do the service? Who did that service? I wonder.
Elizabeth Taylor?
The monkey. I think the monkey did the chimpanzee did the service. Dressed as Elvis.
I thought it was Elizabeth Taylor.
The monkey monkey, right?
So here's the deal. We're finished with the first round of our Yesterday quiz. Leslie is ahead by 1 point. She gets who gets the next? David gets the next question.
Okay. All right. Enough fooling around.
No fooling around now. No spam. No nothing. Let's go.
Let's do it.
But we're not letting this go, because now that we've gotten Shmuley Boteach out of the way, I can't resist asking another Shmuley Boteach question.
Oh, no.
His first book was Kosher Sex, A Recipe for Passion and Intimacy. Which of these was not a later Shmuley Boteach book?
Okay.
A, The Michael Jackson Tapes. B, Holocaust Holiday. C, Kosher Adultery. D, Finding God in the Bedroom.
It was not.
Which of these 4 books was not a book by Shmuley Boteach?
What's really horrible is that then you're saying 3 of those were actual titles.
Yes.
Yes. Horrible.
Well, I'm glad Leslie said that about Michael Jackson, because that would tend to be that maybe the Michael Jackson tapes are real, and that it would be his conversations with Michael,
Oh.
So the other ones are Kosher Adultery.
Yes.
How
could you forget Holocaust Holiday?
Holocaust Holiday.
Or Finding God in the Bedroom.
Finding God in the Bedroom. Now, the obvious answer to that would be Holocaust Holiday, because no one would write a title such as that except for maybe Mel Brooks.
I could, me, yeah.
Or somebody like that. But and he probably wrote something like, let's plan a trip and visit all the concentration camps, which I actually, when I was in Prague, there was an offer to go to Auschwitz, but it meant getting up at 6 a.m. and getting on a train to Poland, and I didn't.
Oh, poor you! Oh.
No, I'm sorry. I just realized what I said. It was
a travel car.
It was a regular train.
It's just like the war, honey.
All right, let's see.
Gotta relive the whole experience, right?
We're studying the Holocaust in school right now. All right, let's see.
I know the Jews suffered, but to get up at 6 a.m. for
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I have to, I sound like, I apologize, unintentionally sounding like Marjorie Taylor Greene or something. All right, I will say, it was a horrible human being. I will say, I bet Kosher Adultery is the outlier there, because you're not supposed to fool around if you're a rabbi outside your marriage.
So
I'm going to say Kosher Adultery, because Finding God in the Bedroom, that sounds like something he would do.
Well, David Sheward, I'm afraid that answer was Trafe. Is not the correct answer.
Okay.
So we have a steal opportunity
Is that a
between.
real book?
Yeah, that means it is an actual.
He actually wrote a book called Kosher
Adultery. He did indeed. So, we have the number.
Self-published?
No, he's he gets books published. Number 5, which puts it right between Vicki and Leslie, which means I gotta roll the die again. So hold on, I'm gonna roll a die. And we get to the number 2, which is closer a little bit to Vicki. So Vicki, would you like to steal? Which of these is not a book written by Rabbi Shmuley Boteach? The Michael Jackson tapes, Holocaust Holiday, or Finding God in the Bedroom?
Hmm. Well, you know what? I find this all interesting only because we're talking about Jewish guilt here. You know, we mentioned that, but I mean,
talk about
I do like to say that the Jews invented guilt, but the Catholics perfected it. So, you know, also Michael Jackson and Elizabeth Taylor came up. Do you remember after 9/11, they got in a car with Marlon Brando and left New York? That's a true story. They got into a car and drove out of New York. And there's a movie or a play or there's something in that.
There ought to be, yeah.
One night in Miami, one night in a car. Is that the idea, right?
Someone's got to do it. So I'm gonna say the Holocaust book, only because I really hope he didn't write that.
Is that your final answer?
Somebody else probably did.
Well, this is a holiday weekend. It is indeed, but that is not the correct answer, Vicki.
Oh, no, he wrote that book? My Lord.
So,
Leslie, Hoban, like, do you want to steal? I got the full titles of these, by the way, when we finish the question. Leslie, you got a chance to steal. Which of
Vicki, having seen him on the talk shows, I would not be surprised at anything he wrote or said. He was a piece. Okay, go ahead, David. I need the 2 that are left, please.
So which
what
of these
2 are left?
Not? It's either the Michael Jackson tapes or Finding God in the Bedroom.
It's the Michael Jackson tapes.
Is your final answer of?
Yeah.
Okay. I am killing it today, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to tell you the names of these books. Here are the full titles of books by Rabbi Shmuley Boteach. First of all, the Michael Jackson tapes. A tragic icon reveals his soul in intimate conversation. Okay, this is maybe my favorite title of all time. This is the greatest thing ever. Holocaust Holiday. Holocaust Holiday. One family's descent into genocide memory hell.
God.
And genocide what?
Into genocide memory hell.
Oh my God.
So they actually took a trip to the Constitution. Was I right? They took a trip to
Yeah, it's a book of going to. Yeah, okay. I mean, the idea of the book is serious and fine. But Holocaust Holiday, one family's descent into genocide memory hell. The musical. So
they all come together at the end.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, that's his next book. His next book was Kosher Adultery, Seduce and Sin with Your Spouse. Get it? So you're cheating on your spouse with your spouse. So that's the idea. And he also, I could have used any one of these. His other book titles include Kosher Lust, Kosher Jesus, that's for you, Vicki, and then the Kosher Sutra. Yeah. Shmuley.
No, I mean, Jesus is also Jewish. You know, he started out Jewish.
Is he still alive?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's still alive and well and writing and stuff like that.
I don't know about well, but is he still alive? That was my question.
Didn't Joan Rivers have a joke? She said, our family took a trip to Auschwitz and it was terrible. We couldn't get out of the gift shop or something like that.
Oh, Mr. People.
Lampshades for days.
I think Joan Rivers said that.
I won't put it past her. It's probably written by what's one of her like writers or who's that little midgety guy who wrote for all the awards shows and
Bruce Valanche?
No, but
Bruce Valanche, right.
Kind of thing. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry to call him a little midgety guy. You knew who I was talking about. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, we have our next question in our Today Yesterday quiz, which will go directly to Vicki Quade. By the way, it's still a 1-0 game. Leslie winning.
I think that's so friggin' funny.
But Vicki, you can win here. You can get 2 points here.
All right.
This question right. Here we go. Now it's so clear that this is literally just. I love the coincidences like this on the show. By the way, the show is Dave's Gone By. It's a little bit after noon. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. We're here with Vicki Quade, David Sheward, Leslie Hoban Blake, playing the Today Yesterday quiz live on this Saturday, May 29th, 2021, our 800th episode of the show. So, Vicki, this is just sheer coincidence.
All right.
On the first episode of Dave's Gone By, I did a birthday tribute to Joan Rivers, which is
funny.
Under the mistaken impression that she was born October 12th, 1935. She wasn't. She was born, I don't know where I got the information, the same date as Luciano Pavarotti. Which of these, though, is not true? So her birthday isn't on October 12th, which also is not true about Joan Rivers.
Okay.
A, she appeared in an off-Broadway play with Barbra Streisand. B, her dog Spike foiled her suicide attempt. C, her 1972 movie Rabbit Test featured Richard Benjamin as the world's first pregnant man. Or D, trick question, these are all true.
D, they're all true.
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry to play you false, Vicki, but that is not the correct answer. These
Oh,
are not
darn it.
true. Not quite. Not quite. So, I'm going to roll the die, and somebody gets to steal. We get the number 5, which is between, it's between Vicki and Leslie, but between David and Leslie, it's closer to Leslie. Leslie, you get to steal, if you can, this question. I'll read you the other
three that are left, please.
What?
Richard Benjamin and what else? Read me the 3 that are left. Richard Benjamin and what else?
Well, Joan, is it true that she appeared in an off-Broadway play with Barbra Streisand, her dog Spike foiled her suicide attempt, or the 1972 movie Rabbit Test featured Richard Benjamin as the world's first pregnant man?
I know she was in her own play. I'm going to say, she was a wonderful interview, by the way. Did you guys all interview her at some point?
I
met
read
her.
it in print, yeah.
I never interviewed her.
She was just terrific. And kind. She was a very kind person. I'm going to say number 1. I don't think she was ever with Barbra Streisand in a play.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
People who are the most incorrect people. That is not the correct answer. Thank God I could stop singing that. So we have a steal opportunity here from David Sheward. Which of these is not true about?
Well, I happen to have read the biography of Joan, Last Girl Before Freeway, Joan Rivers. I forget the name. There's this biography of Joan Rivers. So it is true that she did do a play with Barbra Streisand. I forget the title. They were both lesbians in it or something. And the second one was that Spike did foil the suicide, not, by, wrestling the gun from her or anything, but by jumping into her lap just as she was going to, and she said, "Oh, Spike loves me. Edgar may be dead, but I'm going to go on." So the film she directed, Rabbit Test, had Billy Crystal as the world's first pregnant man, not Richard Benjamin. So it is that. It is, I believe that's C.
He deserves extra credit.
And this is why David Sheward is the man to beat on our Today Yesterday quizzes. Not only did he get it right, he literally perfectly explained why all the others were not.
He deserves extra credit.
Well, no, but you do deserve, but we only give you 2 points.
I'm calling
so.
Dr. Sue.
Very good.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what was the name of Joan's TV movie in which she and Melissa played themselves?
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, there was a TV movie where it was their biography, their life story.
Johnny Carson Hates Me.
Yeah.
What?
Johnny Carson Hates Me. Is that it?
Joan Rivers, Behind the Laughter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Her colon.
Her colon, yeah.
Colon, yes, it was her colon.
She had a colonoscopy. Oh.
Yeah, that was Behind the Laughter. Uh-oh. Maybe froze.
That's terrible. That's how she died.
She was having plastic surgery when she died. It was not a colonoscopy.
No, it was the other end.
An endoscopy. She was having
an endoscopy. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was a plastic surgery.
No.
No, it was an endoscopy.
Oh.
Hello.
Yes, Leslie. Sorry, Leslie. Did you say something?
No, 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 no. I
So
rescind whatever I was going to say.
Yeah, because I had a colonoscopy that week, and that's all they were talking about.
Oh,
So that's how you remembered it, right?
Yeah,
Good for you.
the doctor and the nurses were all, well, they weren't all. I asked them, well, "What'd you think of Joan Rivers?"
well, all right. So I
Dying.
have to.
Oh, that was
I really don't know. What is the difference between
a thing to ask
a colonoscopy and an endoscopy?
before or after your particular
The
procedure.
endoscopy is here. Colonoscopy is.
But does
down.
It's the other end.
endoscopy look at your butt? It's
No,
just
it
going down
doesn't.
the other way?
No, endoscopy looks at your, that's how they find out if you have an ulcer or not, because I've had ulcers. It's internal. And then the other one is internal also, but from the other end.
You figure they would both be tushies. Endoscopy. It's the rear end. I don't know, but I don't even. I'm not even joking with that. It makes sense. Anywho, it's a 3.
Have you never had either one, Dave?
Not yet. At some point, I will be brave and get the.
Oh, you should.
Surprises me.
They've lowered they've lowered the age for colonoscopy to 45. You really should. Yes. No, I'm serious. My grandmother had colon cancer. It's not fun.
I know, but can't they just, like, the doctor take a flashlight and peer?
Yeah,
in?
right.
And
That's
the
what they
anesthetic-
do. That's what they do, David. That's all they do. You're unconscious. You don't know the
Anesthetic
difference.
feels great.
I'm sure it does, but
David,
I'm needly.
That's going to be your after lunch treat.
It's taking me today.
But the preparation is really terrible.
Well, the preparation H is really terrible, but no, I don't know.
Preparation is.
What do you mean the prep? Well, you've got to drink.
Well, before you have the procedure, you have to clean yourself out. So
Yeah.
you have to. You can only eat a soup, and clear soup and Jello the whole day, and then you have to at 6 o'clock the night before. You have to. You have to.
La 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 la. I've been through this. I didn't want to hear it.
You
La,
have
la,
to
la.
mix up like a gallon of
Oh,
electrolyte
stop, David.
stuff.
He'll never do it now. Stop.
Wait, don't you have to have something that's going to make you poop, not just pee?
that's that electrolyte stuff.
They don't want.
And you mix it up with, I forget what it is, but you got to drink a whole gallon of it, and then zoop.
Oh man. So it's like an enema, but you don't actually have to go through a whole enema.
Right, and it's
Yeah.
not castor oil anymore. It used to be you had to drink castor oil, but not anymore.
David, at the very least, there's a colorectal test that you can take at home that doesn't require any of that. Do that at least.
Oh, all
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Look it up online. It's not
Cologuard.
as it's not 100%,
Oh, is
but
it
at least you'll.
I've wanted
What
to
were
do
you gonna
that.
say,
The
David?
I'm
What
not
were you
sure
gonna
the
say, Dave?
Cologuard I would do.
the
What?
commercial? Is that the commercial with the little talking box?
Right,
That's
it's
with the little
Cologuard.
talking box. I can go and do this for you here. You know,
Yeah.
that's the one.
Across the guy on the beach and says, "You should take me." You know.
Yes. Take me home with you.
Yeah.
Because what I do is every morning I just take this finger, I go, and then I hold it up to the wind.
Oh my God.
You realize who we're talking to, right? About things below the belt and in the back. You know, that's what we're talking to.
Oh,
Okay.
absolutely. Absolutely. All right, here we go. We have, by the way, we're still in the second round, but Leslie now gets the next question. So you could take the lead if you get this question right, Leslie Hoban Blake. Are you ready?
Here we go. Let's do it.
To inaugurate a segment I had called back then Dave's Gone Cultural, this is before I started doing Inside Broadway, I reviewed the Neil Young biography Shaky by Jimmy McDonough, and I played Neil's great anthem Don't Be Denied. Which of the following is not the title of an album by Neil Young? A. Tracks, B. Weld, C. Storytone, D. Life.
Weld is WELD. Weld.
Yes, like the county, yes.
Yeah, I just needed to know. All right. Read them one more time, please.
Okay.
Track.
Which of these is not a
Weld.
Neil Young record? Is it A. Tracks, B. Weld, C. Storytone, D. Life?
Wow. Wow.
Guess.
Yeah, I know. There was just a thing on. I'm trying to. There was just a thing on CSN on Sunday morning CBS, and they all hate Neil Young.
What, for bailing on his wife or why?
No,
it's
no.
just the interaction between the three of them and him when he joined up, but he never really joined.
Oh, seriously?
Like,
Oh,
he
right.
would bring his tracks to
Yeah.
them, and he wouldn't be in the studio. Weird things like that.
Yeah.
So, but that doesn't give me an answer to this. Okay. Weld, tracks, something tone, and
Life.
life. What was the something tone? What was the
Story,
that one?
story tone.
Story tone.
I'm going to go with story tone.
Is that your final answer?
My final guess, yes.
It's the same old story, but you got it wrong. No, that is not the correct answer. We get a steal opportunity either for Vicki Quade or David Sheward. The number comes up 6, which is Leslie's number, but closer to Vicki. So, Vicki Quade, do you want to take a shot at this?
I do. But Leslie, no, in that interview, it's David Crosby they don't like.
Oh, really? Did
Yeah,
I screw
still-
that up?
Still,
Okay, thank you.
they still stay in touch with Neil Young. Those three
okay.
are fine together.
That was a
But
good
they all
interview,
seem to
though,
hate
wasn't
David
that?
Crosby.
Wasn't that? Well, that is because of things that he was stealing other people's girls and whatnot. Yes. That was a good interview, though. I thought
That was
really.
a great
It was
interview.
really-
Yeah.
I liked
It's
that a
really
lot.
interesting. It's the 50th or 51st anniversary of one of their albums.
The
Yeah,
one with the
well,
brown.
this is National
TV
Yeah,
Young.
Deja
cover.
Vu.
Yeah.
Deja Vu, right?
So, but
Ah.
in terms of Neil
But-
Young's solo career, yeah.
Yeah, they did not talk about Neil Young's album. So this is a
nothing
total
about him,
guess. So
right.
give me them again. It's
Well, the answers remaining are tracks, weld, or life.
geez, that's a tough one. I'm going to say life. I mean, it's a total guess.
I'm afraid that was a deadly answer for you because Life is actually a pretty good album. It is,
Yeah.
but David Sheward.
Okay.
After trying to steal, which of these is not the title of a Neil Young album? Is it Weld or Tracks, or Tracks or Weld?
Tracks would be the obvious and well, it could be either one. So which is not?
Right.
Tracks sounds like it could be. The obvious answer for being false is Weld, because any album could be tracks because it's all made up of tracks. But it could be Weld too. I got a 50-50 shot here. Tracks or Weld, and then I'll get 3 points, and my life will be bliss.
Until next week, David. Yes, right.
And then I'll watch Price is Right again. My Saturdays are now the Bugs Bunny show on MeTV, and then the Price is Right on Buzzer.
Don't feel you have to tune into this show until you have to. Don't feel you have to
And then,
watch me.
and then Grinder.
Do any and then Grinder.
Grinder?
Buzzer and Grinder.
Does your husband know this?
No, I'm kidding.
Does your husband know? All right. Yeah.
I said that. By the way, if any of you have Spectrum, you must watch Bite with Audra McDonald and her husband and every other out of work actor from Broadway right now. It's by the people who did The Good Wife.
Oh,
Bite on Spectrum. It is not The Good Wife. It's a 6th episode. My sister and I binged it while I was recuperating. It's about the zombie. Just watch it and forget that it's about
What's it called
zombies.
again?
But David,
What?
give your answer.
Is it Flight?
Spectrum. BITE, Bite.
Oh,
Bite.
Bite.
Okay.
On
All right.
Spectrum.
I'm going to say the false one is Tracks.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Well, David, you are on the right track because that is the correct answer.
Wow.
Yes.
And I tried to fool you with that because Neil Young, of course, got very, very into trains because of his son. He had serious autism and stuff, and he communicated with his kid when they were playing train tracks together.
Oh.
But no, there's a Bruce Springsteen box set called Tracks, but nothing by Neil Young called Tracks.
Okay.
Weld was a live album that he actually followed. There was a separate companion album with Weld that was 20 minutes of feedback. It's the weirdest thing he ever put out. It's just like the ends of songs where the guitars are feeding back. It's like, okay, release this. Why not? So, David Sheward, go figure.
Excellent.
And after the end of the second round for to Leslie's 1. Vicki, you need to get on the board, but don't.
No.
It's tough. You know it's tough. You see the show. Let's get to round 3 with
All
all the
right.
questions in our Today Yesterday quiz. And this question goes directly to David Sheward. So you can really pull out ahead if you
Okay.
get this right, David.
Okay.
So, since he was born on October 9th, 1940, we did on the first episode of Dave's Gone By a posthumous birthday salute to John Lennon. Which of these is not true about Dr. Winston O'Boogie? Is it A, his middle name Winston was his parents' tribute to Winston Churchill? B, Liam Gallagher of Oasis named his son Lennon in honor of John? C, in 2002, the airport in Liverpool, England was renamed Liverpool John and Yoko Airport? Or D, when Cynthia was first dating John, she dyed her hair to be more like his movie crush, Brigitte Bardot?
Huh. They all sound true. Let's see. The first one, okay, so it's the airport, Brigitte Bardot. What were the other two?
The other two is middle name Winston was inspired by Winston Churchill, or B,
That's true.
Liam Gallagher of Oasis named his son Lennon in honor of John Lennon.
Or the airport, or the
airport in Liverpool, England, renamed Liverpool John and Yoko Airport.
You know what? I'll bet they renamed it just John Lennon Airport, not John and Yoko. I'll go with the airport.
David Sheward, you are flying high. You got it in 1. They renamed it John Lennon Airport. It really is not John and Yoko. You got me on that.
You tricky devil.
Well, not as tricky as you. You got it, man. Oh, well done.
It doesn't make sense that they would say John and Yoko.
I know.
Yeah.
And everybody hated her anyway, so.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. David Sheward has 6 points. So you guys, this is it. This is the final round up until our tiebreaker, which we do anyway. So the next question goes directly to Vicki Quade. Vicki, let's see if we can get you on the board.
Please. I knew that answer.
Oh, yeah, that one we got.
Ask for like half points and stuff, like
We can do
Dr.
quarter
Seuss.
points like Dr. Sue. We can make it happen. Vicki, also on our Dave's Gone Cultural segment on our first episode, I reviewed an off-Broadway revival of Langford Wilson's Burn This. Which of these items is true about fire? A. Yes, I go everywhere.
Tangents are us.
Houses built in the last 20 years burn 3 to 4 times more slowly than older houses. B. An entire village in Myanmar burned to the ground when a monkey got hold of a discarded cigarette lighter.
Wait, what?
This is C. Bruce Springsteen originally wrote the song I'm on Fire for Debbie, Harry, and Blondie. Or D. Pistachio nuts are combustible.
Ooh.
One of these is true.
Oh, one of them is.
Just one is true.
Is true. The others are false.
Oh, well,
Oh, I say the house, the first one. The houses burn more slowly. I think that's true.
Hold it. Burning down the house. Do is wrong. No, that is actually not true. I'll explain later. So we get a steal opportunity. Sorry, Vicki. Let's see who can take this. We get a number 4, which is, well, Vicki directly. It's closer to David. So David, you can really pop onto your lead here. So,
right.
Oh, I knocked over a potato. Oh no. Hold on.
All right.
This is important.
It's, which of these is true? Okay.
Which of the following is it? An entire village in Myanmar once burned to the ground when a monkey got hold of a discarded cigarette lighter. C. Bruce Springsteen originally wrote the song I'm on Fire for Debbie, Harry, and Blondie.
Wow.
Or D. Pistachio nuts are combustible. Oh no, are you
I
frozen?
think the thing with Bruce Springsteen is, what?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
You froze for a minute. You're back. You're
Okay, I'm okay. All right, I think the thing with Springsteen is not true, but we're looking for the true thing. Okay, because I think the song is just called Fire, not I'm on Fire. And I think the Pointer Sisters, whether or not I wrote for Blondie, I don't know, but the Pointer Sisters later sang it. And I think it was just Fire. I'm driving in my car.
Oh, do it like Elmer Fudd. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Robin Williams did that. I'm driving in my car. Ooh, baby, I'm on fire. All right, so it's the monkey.
He not only answers questions, we get entertainment as well,
Yeah,
and education.
I like
And
that.
education.
The monkey or the Myanmar, which is true. I think that the thing with the monkey is so outlandish. Wait, I'm sorry, or is the monkey in Myanmar the same?
That's all one thing.
Oh,
a
no.
village in Myanmar.
Why don't you read them? Why don't you read them so that I know what I'm doing?
Yeah. Is it? Which of these is true?
True.
An entire village in Myanmar burned to the ground when a monkey got hold of a discarded cigarette lighter.
Okay.
Is it Bruce Springsteen originally wrote "I'm on Fire" for Debbie, Harry, and Blondie, or pistachio nuts are combustible?
I think the Myanmar village and the monkey with the lighter is true.
Final answer?
Yes.
Well, I go ape when you give that kind of. I already made an ape pun earlier. Let me do another one. I'm not monkeying around. You got that question wrong, David Sheward. That is not the correct answer. So I believe this goes to Leslie Hoban Blake now. You can steal. Which is true about fire?
So it's only Bruce Springsteen and the monkey that are left, right?
Well,
No, I guess
the monkey's
Pistachios.
pistachio nuts are
Oh,
combustible.
monkey is gone. Pistachios. Okay. Oh, he went for the monkey. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Because Leslie, you are the gorilla.
Hey, like Michael Jackson,
Right. Right.
who was
right.
into monkeys and their skeletons.
Oh dear.
He's
Okay.
bumping-
All right. Stop. Because I can't think now. Stop. I'm sorry. My brain is still not back yet. It's out to lunch. Yeah. Okay. To you too. So I'm left with pistachios and Bruce Springsteen
Yeah, most of us are. Yeah.
Good combo.
at the end of the night. Yes, right. Blondie, you say?
Right.
I'm going to take David's hint about the song title and the Pointer Sisters and all of his accumulated knowledge, and I'm going to say that pistachios are not combustible.
So wait. So you're saying, hold it. Which of these items is true?
True.
So is it true that Bruce Springsteen wrote the song "I'm on Fire" for Debbie, Harry, and Blondie, or is it true that pistachio nuts are combustible? Which is true?
Which is true. Oh, I'm so confused. For Debbie Harry, the song was written for Debbie Harry.
Final answer. Well, you have broken my heart of glass. That is not true.
Wow.
Insanely enough, pistachio nuts have to be stored in a weird way because they have these weird gases in them. And if you store them wrong, they can literally spontaneously combust and cause a fire.
I have to go to my pantry right now because I can't tell you how many pistachio nut things I have in there. Okay.
But David, one thing you were, I thought you were going to get lost there because there are two different Bruce Springsteen songs. There is the song "Fire" that the Pointer Sisters did, and then on "Born in the USA," there's another song called "I'm on Fire" that was another hit, a really good song, but that was not written for Debbie, Harry, and Blondie. So, oh boy, I'm rocking it. We still have a 6-1 game with David Sheward in the lead and Leslie with 1 point. We come to our last question, which goes to Leslie, which Leslie can, I don't know if anybody can, well, David's basically won the game, but let's do question 9 and 10.
David has won the game.
Yeah.
Leslie, this is for you.
And I'm already in second place. Even if I don't get the answer, I'm already in second.
Yeah.
Hey, don't rub it in.
No, Vicki, I'm sorry. We have this, thing going on now for months.
Leslie, if you get this wrong and Vicki steals it, she would go into second.
That's
Because you have
true.
1
There
point.
you go. Okay.
Here we go, Leslie. We used to end every episode of Dave's Gone By with the Waterboys cover version of Van Morrison's song Sweet Thing. Which of these is not true about desserts? A, the German pastry Kuchen is the official state dessert of South Dakota. B,
Yum.
professional ice cream testers use sterling silver spoons. C, Clint Eastwood once ran for mayor of California just to overturn a ban on eating ice cream in public. Or D, blondies were invented before brownies.
One of these is not true.
Not true. One of these is false.
Not true. We're going back to the original trope. Okay. So blondies, Eastwood, sterling silver spoon, Cookin. Those are my Cookin in South Dakota.
Cooking is the official state dessert of South Dakota, or professional ice cream testers use silver sterling spoons, or Clint Eastwood ran for mayor just to overturn a ban on eating ice cream in public, or D, blondies were invented before brownies. One of these is not true.
I'm going to go with Cookin is not that South Dakota is wrong.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
I could sure go for some home cooking, but that is not the right answer, Leslie Hoban Blake. We have a steal opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, from David Sheward or Vicki Quade. We get the number one. And,
Go, Vicki, go.
well, no, number one is closer to David. So, David, you can build on your insurmountable
Okay.
anyway.
All right.
Which of these is not?
Which is not true?
Yeah. Is it? I'll read them again. Professional ice cream testers use sterling silver spoons. Clint Eastwood ran for mayor to overturn a ban on eating ice cream in public. D, blondies were invented before brownies.
Which of those is not true?
Right.
Now, you said when you read it originally that Clint Eastwood ran for the mayor of California, and I thought that's not possible. Did you mean the mayor of some town in California?
For mayor in California. I'm sorry.
Mayor in California.
In California. Forgive me.
Now, I do think he did run for mayor of some town, Carmel, I think.
Yeah, Carmel by the sea.
And I think he won.
Yeah.
And and maybe it could be that his initial thing was just to say, I don't like ice cream in public. I'm going to shoot the first motherfucker that comes around with ice cream.
He said the exact same thing. Yeah.
Wow.
And then I'm going to make Obama sit in a chair and pretend he's there.
It gets R-rated now.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to recreate it on the Tony Awards.
You feel lucky, punk?
Yeah. All right, let's see. So which of these is not true? It could be any one of them. I think that the thing with Eastwood is he did run for mayor, and I wouldn't put it past him that was the original reason, and that maybe it led to other things. Him honestly wanting to be mayor. The rest of it is tasters use silver spoons, or the blondie was invented before the brownie.
Right.
That's weird. I'm pretty sure that. Wait. So if I picked that one, that would mean the brownie was first, right?
Right.
Okay. I think the blondie did not come along until after the brownie, so I'll go with that one.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, I'm feeling rapture over blondie, but that is not the correct answer, David.
Oh.
Blondies
Really?
because they were made with butterscotch and stuff that they were using before they put chocolate in.
What happened? Chocolate accidentally fell into the mix, and suddenly you had brownies.
Actually, when I was researching this question,
Is that true?
I found out that chocolate chip cookies were an accident.
Really?
Oh.
They're just trying to make chocolate cookies, and they didn't all melt, and they became little bits of solid cookie.
Oh.
And people were like, "Oh, this is good. Keep this." So go figure. But that wasn't part of the question.
That and penicillin are the two greatest inventions ever
Yeah.
that were accidental.
Okay.
But Clint Eastwood did win for mayor of California. He wanted to.
Wait. Doesn't Vicki get to the last thing?
Don't I get
You
a
better
chance
give
to
her another
steal?
question. That's not fair.
Yeah, you do.
But you didn't reveal what the answer was.
I didn't. So Vicki, you can get 2 points right on the. I'm sorry, man. I didn't realize.
No, that's okay.
So
I actually have been thinking about this, and I thought, well, the spoon makes sense to me that they would use a sterling silver spoon, so it wouldn't interfere in the taste of the ice cream. And then I thought that Clint Eastwood did run, but I wonder if it was for another reason. So I'm going to say the Clint Eastwood answer, because
not true.
That he did run for mayor, but I don't know if it had anything to do with ice cream.
Are you feeling lucky, Nun?
I am.
Unfortunately, you're not feeling lucky. I beat you guys again.
Again, it's the spoon.
Clint Eastwood did run for mayor.
You had it.
On the
You had it.
Yeah, they were trying to clean up there because there was people were eating ice cream and it was all sticky everywhere, and they banned it. And he came in and he said, "No, come on, everybody should be able to eat ice cream again." Yeah. So he ran on bringing ice cream back.
Wow.
To Carmel, California, but the professional ice cream testers.
So that was false.
That was it was true. The question was asking which of these was false.
Right. So it's the spoon.
The spoon, the professional ice cream testers use a gold spoon. Because it doesn't have any metallic aftertaste or flavor that regular.
What was the question on Eastwood? Was that he was running to ban ice cream or
to overturn the ban?
Oh. Gotta pay attention there. Oh yeah. If you were paying attention, you would have won the game. Oh wait. David Sheward.
He did.
That's one anyway, but we still have our tiebreaker, which isn't breaking any tie. So get your pens and pencils and pads ready.
All right.
Because we have one more question, and Vicki, you know how we do this. And instead of saying it, I'll give a countdown after all three of you have written the answer down, and then 3, 2, 1, you'll show it to the camera, and that's the only fair way to do it. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I get to ask this question. Inaugurating a segment on the first episode of Dave's Gone By called The World Weird Web, I chose the website Shuby.com. This included a musical tribute to jazzy vocalist William Shuby Taylor, who billed himself as, and has been forever nicknamed, the Human What?
All right. I'm just, all right. Okay.
You got to write down something, guys.
I wrote down something.
The human blank, yes.
Give the music. Match game music.
No, you got to do it like Shuby. You got yes. William Shuby Taylor. Shuby.com still exists, by the way, even though I did this segment
he's deceased,
18 years ago. He's gone. But he lives forever, best known as the human. Well, don't show it yet. Don't show.
What's going on in the background there?
Then that's Joyce scatting like Shuby Taylor.
He says, "Puppy, puppy, puppy." That's my
favorite. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Dupstraw. Yeah. If you haven't heard after this show's over, you gotta go listen to some Shuby Taylor on YouTube. It's something else. Leslie, did you write your answer?
Yep.
Oh, you did? Okay. So I'm going to read it one more time and give it 3, 2, 1. Inaugurating a segment called The World Weird Web, I chose Shuby.com, which I also in the segment had a musical tribute to jazzy vocalist William Shuby Taylor, who billed himself as, and has been forever nicknamed, the Human What? 3, 2, 1.
Harmonica.
I can't
I don't know if mine. It won't do it.
There
it is.
What does yours say, Vicki?
Mine says harmonica.
Great answer. Rubber band, also a brilliant answer. Saxophone, a good answer. The answer closest, Leslie. The Shuby Taylor is, of course, the human horn.
Oh.
So,
the human.
1 point, Leslie, but you're close.
The human horn. It's kind of anticlimactic.
You can say that because you're the winner.
No, I mean, I was expecting something really weird, like the human, I don't know.
Because Shuby Taylor was a scat singer, and he would try to mimic what a trumpet would be, or a sometimes a clarinet would be playing but doing it vocally. That was his scatting.
That sounds just like a horn.
There you go.
All scatting is based on imitating instruments, whether they're horns or not horns. It's all based on that.
So that's why I was very close to giving Leslie one. You know what, Leslie? I'm going to give you a point.
Give her a point.
Give the point to Vicki. Vicki
Deserves
needs
it.
the point.
No.
Give Vicki the point.
No.
It's
It's
okay.
that Catholic
I'm honest,
guilt.
it's not a horn.
I didn't
I'm
earn
being
it.
magnanimous in my loss, Vicki. Take
Thank
it.
you, Leslie. I didn't earn it. It's fine.
Well, I didn't really earn it either, so No, take your nasty point. I don't want it. No.
Take your stinking point.
Right. We don't need those stinking points.
I gotta show you no stinking points.
That's right.
Anywho, congratulations.
Anyway, it was lovely to be back. I'm delighted to have been able to celebrate your 800th. Jesus Christ.
It's good to see you. You look fabulous, Les.
Oh,
I'm glad you feel
listen,
that.
I think the only person who's done more things than you is Mark Maron,
Oh,
who's in the thousands. But, I think you really are up there with numbers.
You're getting up there.
yeah. So I'm very proud of that. And I'm still having fun. I'm still doing it for the joy of it.
Yep.
Although I would love to be doing it
Yep.
for the money of it, but I'm still doing it for the joy. And it's been a joy. It's always.
Wait till your play goes viral.
Yeah, then I'll be famous. Yeah, as soon as I do my one-act play at Red Bull Theater Company off Broadway, everybody will know my name.
Yeah, well,
Does it have a
I
title?
found off
Does it have a
Broadway.
title yet, Dave?
Yes,
it
it's
have a
called
title?
Restoration Playhouse. Is the name of the play.
Oh, I love
Part of the
it.
new short play festival. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love it. That's great.
well, don't forget Joan Rivers and Barbara Streisand started off Broadway.
Yeah.
As lesbians, evidently, I did not know that.
Well, we don't have a Yorkie who will save us from our demise.
I think she did write that there weren't, they didn't play lesbian lovers or anything like that. There was some lesbian subtext in the play, but they were just women and they weren't in the same scene together even.
Wow.
So they were in the same show, but they
Oh.
had really no contact.
I
So
think it was
that's
Barbara. and Hugo.
Dave, when is the festival?
July.
July.
So,
Okay.
yeah. On Tuesday, I think they'll get the press release out about all the winners of the One-Act Festival. And I think it's digital. I think it's an online thing in July. Maybe it'll be in person.
So you have to write the play and then you have to cast it and direct it and put it up as a finished product.
No. I wrote the play. They'll do it there.
They're doing all that work.
Oh, they do all that. You give
Yeah,
them
you
the play.
did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The talent. You're the talent.
Okay.
And, if they want me
By
to
then,
I can.
Off-Broadway should be open again. By
Well,
July, Off-Broadway should be open. When I walked by Signature yesterday, the lights were on. That's the
Whoa.
first time in 14 months that the lights have been on. So
That's great.
No,
so
Signature
Oh,
Theater.
oh, oh, oh.
Yeah,
they're
actually,
probably
if
just
you walk
cleaning the
by,
place out, but nonetheless,
if the lights are on at
They were
Signature Theater, that's a good sign.
Oh.
Get it? Sign, Signature.
Oh,
Yes,
dear.
got it.
Not
Got
even
it.
worth it
Not,
anymore.
not
Can
worth
I
a
get rid of
Peabody.
it somehow?
That was so lame,
Yeah. Other
there
people
something
get
I
Emmy
can take
Awards.
to
I
get
get
rid of it?
Peabody Awards. There you go. Anywho, let me thank so much to
Hey, the Tonys are going to be on in September.
Yes.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
so
well,
funny.
Broadway's back.
Why they don't just forget about it? September for the Tonys, right?
Well,
Well, they
Last
want to
year.
time it with everything opening.
Yeah.
And now what's really going to happen
They
is
can put it
hilarious.
on any time. They've already done it. They all they have to do is put it on. I mean,
Well, the reason, well, as David was saying, it's because they want it's interesting that our awards, like the Drama Desk and the Outer Critics, were presented like a year
Right.
ago, and the Tonys waited until the shows were actually going to open because their main imperator is to publicize the shows.
Right.
yes, but they're except for Moulin Rouge, there won't be anything running by then
But
necessarily.
but this is the thing, they're going to show numbers from all the shows.
Whether
you know,
they're
but-
running again or not,
And
right?
you've
I
got,
got
wait,
it.
you've got Tina, Jagged Little Pill. Those are up. For,
But they also are going to
Well,
show, but they're going to show numbers from the other shows, like
6.
Diana. I think
Well,
Diana the
Diana
musical.
Diana and
yeah.
and the other ones and the long running ones, Wicked, Hamilton, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh no.
Yeah, how to say Hamilton. How to say Hamilton.
Manuel Noriega.
There we go.
Yeah.
Slowly she turns.
But what's
Step
interesting
by
is
step. Remember that?
they're only presenting on CBS Best Musical, Best Play, and Best Revival of a Play, because there are no musical revival nominees.
Right.
And on CBS, all the other awards are going to be presented on Paramount Plus, which CBS is the CBS streaming service.
Do you know how low the last ratings were for the Tony?
Well,
Oh,
they'll be pretty low now too. So
Yeah, they're pretty
Yeah, for
low
real.
now too. That's the point.
you know, that musical Diana was filmed and it's supposed to be shown on Netflix.
Netflix, yeah,
In October, so
October
yeah.
1st.
So, but they're still going to open it. So, yeah.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
whole idea that if you film it and you show it, nobody will come. That was
Right.
exploded by the movie Chicago. That was exploded by,
That's exactly right.
or even Hamilton. People will go to Hamilton, and they showed
Yeah,
Hamilton.
Hamilton, I think will, but we don't know about Diana. We'll see. Because
Has
exactly.
anybody seen In the Heights yet? Has that opened yet?
the movie hasn't
Yeah,
opened yet. No.
the movie. I thought it opened already. Okay.
Certain press people have gotten into it. I haven't gotten an invitation.
Oh,
Yeah.
Anywho, I'm very glad that you all responded to the invitation to be on Dave's Gone By today. Let me thank so much, first of all, Vicki Quade, and you will be back. Now, you were at the Royal George. You're going to be at what's the name of the
The Greenhouse Theater Center in Chicago. Yeah, we opened September 10th.
September 10th for Late Night Catechism. And you say you're appearing in any of them, or is it other actresses only?
No, I have a group of women who work for me, but my bingo shows, like a Holy Ghost bingo opens in October, I'll be in that. And then Christmas bingo opens just after Thanksgiving. Again, I'll be in that. And I'm starting to travel. I'm starting to get some bookings for the fall. So that's really good.
I think it's wonderful that you have a franchise and you have women, a group of women who work for you. I find that very amusing.
Women of a certain age who,
Even
in
better.
the past may have had a little trouble getting cast. This is one of the few shows where age is a plus.
It's a number. Indeed, I would ask to audition, but I can't even remember my name most days. So forget it.
I'd make a cute nun. I could do it.
You would.
Are you
Especially with the
dumb?
beard.
David, you'd be Sister Willow.
Especially with the beard. I love that. Yeah. The beard and the hat.
Sisters in menopause.
I love it. Is that the name of the new show? Sisters in Menopause.
Oh, that's why Dave has a beard.
On Call the Midwife, they've got somebody 112 playing one of the nuns. So that's
good
wonderful.
Lord. Yeah.
Well, there are nuns that old. I mean, in real life.
Yes.
Well,
And their quandary is whether to retire or not, or to try to remain active when they
Right.
can
They
neither
all
walk
remain
nor
active
move.
if they can.
Yes. Absolutely.
anywho, so Vic, by the way, if people want to find out if they want to buy tickets, what's your
website?
What is your website? Just tell people.
Oh, it's Nuns for Fun. NUNS, the number 4 fun. Nunsforfun.com.
Okay, I was trolling something very different for that, but no, your show came up. Nunsforfun.com. Speaking of fun, it's always fun reading David Sheward's columns. He has, first of all, a blog called the David Desk.
And Cultural Weekly.
Anything? Now, I know you've been writing about Carol Burnett. Anything new besides Carol Burnett?
I'm continuing to write about what shows are opening, and I'm going to write my thoughts about what's going on with the Tony. What's the future of the Tony Awards? What's going to happen next year? Hopefully, we'll go back to where we were before.
Well, CBS has them until 2026, right?
I think so.
Right.
Yeah. But will they, continue to present the awards on the air? Will they do this and now say, well, we're going to present the boring awards on the boring?
On PBS for years.
They had already started presenting the boring awards, in advance.
Yeah, they did. They split it up with PBS one year, and will they now split it up with Paramount Plus so they can get more viewers to Paramount Plus? Mm-hmm. Who knows?
Yeah, because so many millions of people tune in for the Tony.
Millions and millions.
Well,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially in Nebraska.
Yeah.
It's the entire state of Nebraska will be there.
Or the equivalent. Or the equivalent of the state of Wyoming.
Or is it South Dakota when they're eating that German dish?
The cooking, that's right, yeah. No, but they will watch in Nebraska, or Omaha at least, because there's so much at stake.
Was South Dakota founded by some German pioneer or something?
I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of immigrants from.
I mean, how else could it have happened? It had to be German, not Jewish. So
Yeah, good point.
Well, they were reading the rabbi's books.
That's it. They're reading Holocaust Holiday
Yeah.
and Descent into Memory Hell.
Yeah.
Gotta eat these. They're very good. Okay.
So Leslie,
Well, it was lovely being back. Oh,
Yeah.
what were you gonna ask me? Where can I be seen? I have not been. We have not done a show in a month.
Of course.
So,
I mean,
but you know what? But you would appreciate this. Before I was on the show, which has been about 10, 11 years now, Charles Gross, my co-host and partner in crime,
How's he doing?
did a show with an old friend of his named Jeff
Goodman. Jeff
Thank you.
Goodman,
I couldn't come up with Jeff's name. Thank you. Jeff Goodman, who was a bit of a loose cannon and still is a bit of a loose cannon. Well, just because he would do things on the air that you would not expect. And Charlie sort of stood there and sat there. So they had a show. And so Charlie went into the vault and he picked up one show from, had to be 15 years ago now. Their reviews of all the shows on Broadway, which is a funny concept. But it's such a, you'd have to watch it to see. It's up online. He put it online in a place where we would have had, yes, sir, what?
No, I'm
Oh, no. So we have what we do
yeah.
have that's coming up that'll be on YouTube is an interview with Robert Viagas about
cool.
the new magazine. So
My
we
former
have
boss, yeah.
Well, we have the interview, but we haven't finished, and it just stopped when I went into
Yeah.
So it'll be up next week. That'll
Robert
be up
Viagas
online. That's the only thing that'll be new.
On the YouTube channel Critics Circle, yeah?
You got it. That's it.
YouTube channel. And for the older stuff, you can see Two on the Aisle because Jeff and Charlie used to co-host that. Then Jeff left,
right,
and you took over on Two on the Aisle. And
right.
He has a separate channel for that, right? Two on the Aisle on YouTube.
Well, he puts Critics Circle up on the two on the Aisle channel. So he doesn't have a separate. It's not. It's like Critics Circle on Two on the Aisle. But you don't. All you have to put in is Critics Circle. You don't have to put in Two on the Aisle to find it. So.
Got it. I think I got it. Well,
he just didn't bother to start a new channel. That's what I'm trying to say.
Anyway, guys, thank you for joining me for my 800th episode of Dave's Gone By.
Kudos to you for doing this.
Absolutely.
Kudos.
I forgot how bold I was when I was wearing the hat. There you go. Anyway, thank you, Leslie and David. We'll see you, I hope, next week, probably about 10:30ish, the usual time. Vicki, please come back and play this game again. Maybe not next week, but we definitely
just invite me. Go ahead and invite me. Maybe I'll score some points.
You know what? We like to leave the slot open for the guest of the week if they come. Not unlike today, where Peter Stamford can go fuck himself. But just saying. But if he doesn't come, please come back next week. I will let you know. How's that?
That'd be great.
Please watch Bite on Spectrum. You will thank me for it.
Well, that's something.
I promise you will thank me for it, okay?
Guys, I'll see you all very soon. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations again, David.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
No, to you. David, I was congratulating you, David S.
Oh, I'm winning.
David Sheward, I was congratulating you. Yes, for winning again.
Oh, for winning. Oh, okay.
Again, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
okay, sweetie.
Bye-bye. We're here on Dave's Gone By, live on this Saturday, May 29th, 2021. Yes, our 800th show. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. My wonderful, darling wife, Joyce, is with me. How is it? How did it happen that our guest never showed up, and yet we're longer this week?
Potato got you a present for your show. They got you a present for your show. They got you a present for your 800th. Yeah, they chipped in.
Look at that. Potatoes chipped in?
Yeah.
Potato chip in?
With their fake credit card, yes.
Look how beautiful. Oh. You ask me what's up, I say cat's up. Thank you, potatoes. I get so thoughtful of you. Oh, I know. It was an edict by the Grand Knish. There he is.
He wants to use the new straw. He heard about the new straw situation.
And Joey wonders why I never make anything of myself.
He wants to use the new straw.
All right, let's see him do it. Ready? Are you ready? Let's see. Ow! Ow! No, that's not how it goes. But try it. Ow! Ooh, it feels kind of... No.
That's his colonoscopy.
No, it's not a COVID test. It goes right here. Try it under your thing. Oh God. I'm as bald as you now. All right. Oh, Grant Knish. He's quite a bit of royalty there. So I'll tell you what. This is a special show. It's my 800th show.
Yeah.
We're way over time, but I want to do a couple of...
David Tanney said congratulations.
Oh, thank you, David Tanney.
Do you know him?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, I do.
okay.
David Tanney, I assume he's still doing the Mad Music Archive and doing a lot of demented music stuff, so yay.
I think he's a comedian, though.
So thank you, David Tanney. Thank you to all the folks who are wishing me well. We're not done with the show yet. We're gonna bring it over time. We're gonna do a little bit of Greeley Crimes Old Times. Then we will do our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. We're gonna still have some fun here. I do have to ask Joyce one question. What time-ish is our friend?
Oh, no, because of the rain, she's not coming.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, so I should have told you.
Yeah. Oh, good. So yeah, we'll be here all day. I got nowhere to go.
I'm just hungry, but I can.
I'm hungry too, but I'm hungry for comedy. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, as seen in the pages of this wonderful newspaper, the Greeley Tribune, every week they do 2 columns in the Trib. One is devoted to phone calls that come into the local police dispatch. It's all absolutely public record, true stuff. And then another is things that were in the papers in Colorado 100 years ago. We mix them together to do Greeley Crimes and Old Times. La 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 la, fiddly wiggly do. Yes, Greeley Crimes and Old Times here live on this Saturday, May 29th. In our, I guess I'll keep the name Stamp of Approval, even though it doesn't really mean what I meant it to, but yeah, why not?
Let me turn off your hat before your battery dies.
Oh no,
No, it's here.
Oh, here it is. So here's Greeley Crimes and Old Times. This is a lot of fun, and we're so backed up with these. I want to get some of them done. So are you feeling criminal here?
I'm freezing. I have the heat on me all day because of the window.
Oh, because of the window, yeah.
You're hot, yeah.
So here's the deal. By the way, shout out to Morgan McKenzie. This is the person now who is doing the crime. They keep every couple of months. They switch to a new person.
It's probably an intern this summer.
Well,
Cynthia Kirsch said Mazel Tov.
Thank you, cousin Cynthia. Thank you so much.
Cynthia Kirsch is a cousin?
Isn't she the Shub?
Oh.
The Shubs were related, in some weird, distant way. I never remember this stuff, but yeah, okay.
I'll tell you, I don't know who she is, honey.
She's.
Oh, Cynthia Shub?
Yeah.
I don't want. Oh, Kirsch is
her husband's name is Kirsch.
I got confused.
Yeah.
I thought Shub. Okay.
Yeah. Although we're giving people's last names, but it's okay. She's been on the show. Here we go.
Her name is there. They said. Oh, she said both. I'm gonna say they'll come back.
Great. Yeah. We wanted to get you guys on there.
They said once they get settled in their house. Yeah.
Right.
They'd really be back on the quiz. It would be really competitive. We need it.
Yeah, exactly. No, not Vicki didn't do great on the quiz today.
Vicki filled in, and you gave Vicki 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Vicki was listening, and you're like, "Yo, come on the quiz." I think she's got chutzpah.
She does, yeah, and she's great.
Oh, as soon as she retires. Okay, Cynthia said as soon as she retires.
Oh, that's right, at the end of the semester.
Yeah.
So she got to get through June as we all do.
They're fierce competitors.
They're good.
And their dogs are so cute. Their little puppies are cute.
I know.
Their little woofers are cute. They got cute woofies.
Yeah, you got cute little woofers too, but I'll see those later.
They got little furry cute woofies. They're so cute.
Here we go. Let's do some crime. Here's a caller on 8th Street, and these are all things happening like Greeley, Colorado, and Weld County. A caller on 8th Street said his neighbors were having a loud karaoke party. That's how I would sound there. All I can say is karaoke should be against the law. Yeah. A caller...
Oh, Cynthia said 4 weeks.
Yeah, okay, yeah, a month. That's when the semester is like. A caller on 59th Avenue...
Oh, we're going uptown.
said that a man came to the door and asked to use the internet. The caller said he was being rude and sitting outside the caller's residence being creepy.
You know, but sometimes I feel the same way. When we have Wi-Fi trouble, I feel like just taking my laptop,
I know.
socially distancing on someone's stoop and saying, please give me your password.
Please.
You know, that sometimes it's so frustrating.
I know.
Like your hotspot, it almost didn't work during your audition. You would have had to go to somebody else and just said, give me like 5 minutes of your Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Yeah. Or just sitting outside someone's house knocking, like, I want to go on Nuns for Fun.
But the naughty kind.
Yes. Nuns for Fun 2 XXX. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A caller on 10th Street reported...
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, I'm slow. It's the cold, honey. It's the cold.
We really should have a phone call noise rather than a siren.
We don't have a call. We've not had a call. We have your toy phone.
Bring, yeah. Well, the caller on 10th Street reported 2 men with hunting bows acting suspicious. Is there any other way you would be acting than if you're carrying a hunting bow around?
But if you have a hunting bow and it's hunting season, you're fine.
That's true.
If you don't have a hunting permit and you have a hunting bow, then you're like the deer hunter.
Let's do some old-timey things. Now, these are things that were in the newspaper, literally, 1921, 100 years ago, in what was then called, I think, the Greeley Tribune Republican, is now just called the Greeley Tribune. Boys of the YMCA... Is there a noise for that? Very young boys from the YMCA. They participated in a good hike this week. They started at the Y building on the east side of Greeley, and then they hiked to Scout Island east of Evans. Check this out. To reach this island, they cut down a large tree which fell across the river.
Whoa.
And then they could walk on it to get to the island. Who does this?
Where's the
Even 100 years ago. It's like, we want to get over there. Let's cut down a tree and walk across it. Look at, was it like a redwood?
Where's the thing? Oh, here we go.
Here, let's hear. They marched to the...
They should definitely get some badges. We used to work for badges. They should get some badges for that.
People were so much hardier back then. Now it's like, let me call tech support.
That's right.
We need to get across this river. Yeah.
Like, you don't give me your Wi-Fi, I'm going to come and assault you in your home.
I'll call my dad. He's got a helicopter. He can lift us over the...
My Lord.
2 Greeley men, Jimmy McDonald and Billy Rowe. Well, they went for a one-night stay in Glen Haven.
A one-night stand?
A one-night stay. We don't know what they were doing in Glen Haven, but they were snowed in for more than a week. The heavy storm left 5 feet of snow over their cabin, and they couldn't get out. Today, they finally returned to Greeley, and now they're married.
The baby's due in June.
You got to find something to do for 5 days.
I think that's the original plot of Brokeback Mountain, right?
Just hope they had a radio. It's like, I can't quit you because I'm snowed in. Miss Green, a 3-year employee of the Crockett and Moody store in Greeley. Now check this out. This was in the papers back then. Miss Green, a 3-year employee
That's her full name, right?
at Crockett and Moody store, has been in Boulder the past few weeks, spending time at the sanatorium.
Oh, good.
What? Who puts this in the paper? Why?
She's been getting her head on. Right?
Whose business is that?
Well, they did a lot of things, you know? I guess it's good to know. Maybe if the people wondered where she was, but, you know, that this is the exact reason why we have HIPAA.
Yeah, I know.
This is why we have health protection laws.
Mr. Green is in the men's asylum.
Mr. Green is with new Mrs. Green.
He's being pumped with sulfa drugs. It's like, well, you know. Oh, get all the noises ready.
Oh, God help us.
This is very important. This is big. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on Greeley Crimes and Old Times. We have a Lupton alert!
Lupton. Alert, 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 alert.
All this means is that we have a story about Fort Lupton. And I do love, please, it's my 800th show. Say it with me. Lupton.
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 Remember how they used to do on that show? Was it Electric Company News and Review? One would come in and go Lupton, and the other side would be like Lupton,
Lup.
and then Ton. Yes.
Lupton. Lupton.
Yes.
Lupton. Yeah. We have a Lupton alert.
Okay.
A farmer living near Fort Lupton was arrested for possession of 4 gallons of moonshine in his home. He was fined $100, but he got no jail time because he had 7 children at home to watch over. That was nice. That was nice back then when judges would be like, you know, if you were a single guy.
It wasn't actually nice. It wasn't nice. It was because it would cost the state more to care for the kids than put them in jail. So then if they had to take the kids and pay for the kids, it would be more costly. So they're going to leave the person out because...
But you know, like 4 gallons of the stuff, and they find them $100.
People love making moonshine.
Yeah. Know. Anywho, she gave me moonshine whiskey. Let's get back to Greeley crime. Let's have a couple more criminal things here. Wow, I didn't do a lot of these. Here we go. A caller at 9th and 19th. So the corner of 9th and 19th, I guess, reported a squirrel acting strange. And they called the cops to report a squirrel acting strange. Or as he was singing, squirrels are strange when you're a stranger, gathering acorns, running from cats. Anywho. So a caller also on 30th Street reported a little Pomeranian named Todd had been barking all day long, and the caller said it was an ongoing issue.
How does he know the dog's name?
Yeah, right? I mean, it's one thing, yeah. A, it's a Pomeranian.
And B, his name is Todd.
You think he has issues with that neighbor?
If you know that much about him, just go to his owners.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they call the ASPCA, not the...
It's a pet. It's not like a stray whatever. It's just like, could you please muzzle your palm? And if you ever muzzle your palm, you know how delightful that can be. A man on 23rd Avenue reported some kids from the state... What is that? Oh, some kids from the skate park had climbed the Verizon Tower and they were shouting obscenities at kids on the baseball field. There's gonna be a rumble tonight. Oh, and
I guess Avril Lavigne has a lot of free time.
A caller on 20th Street, speaking of obscenities, a caller on 20th Street reported a golfer was yelling at the caller's kids for taking his golf balls. So, the caller said the golfer took the kids' pool noodles and threw them in the street.
Oh my lord, really?
Such maturity shown by the golf set.
You know, David, when you leave your country club, I mean, you
I know.
have to deal with children.
But just the idea of this guy hauling pool noodles
so
into
sad.
the street.
That's so sad.
I love it.
They're probably like $1.99 from Kmart, you know?
We have...
Wait, I'm going to do this, look.
Because we have a sheltered life alert. This is a sheltered life alert, ladies and gentlemen. This is important. A caller on 30th Street reported that a strange RV with a Pennsylvania plate showed up yesterday at the end of the street. The caller had never seen an RV before and was concerned. If you've never seen an RV before, you have lived a sheltered life.
How can you not have seen an RV?
I don't. I mean, even if, how could you not have watched Uncle Grandpa?
Or anything. There are so many TV shows.
That's just a little bit sad. I have to say.
RV. What's that song? I've never been to me, or whatever that song is. It should be I've never seen an RV.
A Kingsburg banker, this is 100 years ago, a Kingsburg banker has accused another Kingsburg man of assault The banker said he told a farmer it was time to pay off the $600 overdue loan the bank made to him. The farmer responded by attacking the banker. He floored the banker with a blow to the face, kicked him several times when he was down, rolled him into the vault, and then left. The sheriff is looking into the case. Kind of funny, this did not make it into the Grapes of Wrath.
That's bizarre.
Well, sometimes, you know what? It's the other side of it. You push people a little too hard. But, back then, $600 couldn't pay it off. Let's do another old time. Because of the prohibition laws, doctors can now prescribe only 4.5 gallons of beer or 3.5 gallons of wine for their medical clients. Yes. I don't know if that's gallons per hour or per day, but anywho. Hey, according to the managers of the Weld County Fair, the show coming to Greeley will be, quote, a genuine rip snorter, humdinger, and stem winder Wild West show. Kind of interesting that rip snorter we kind of remember, humdinger we know. Did you ever hear a stem winder?
I've heard it, but
really, yeah.
Like it's a twister, twists you up.
Yeah, winds are, but I've never that. I have to say, I've never.
It's like a sidewinder. I'm thinking of. Yeah.
But what is this? It's like a snake. What is a sidewinder?
I think it's moved that way. I don't know.
Anywho, I know there's an REM song called "The Sidewinder Sleeps Tonight," but I don't know. I never looked it up what that word meant. Hey, one thing that we do on Dave's Gone By during our Today Yesterday segment is we go sometimes further afield than Colorado. So let's go for one odd story of the week. This comes out of the New York Times, so it's kind of local, but it goes all the way to like Yale and Tokyo and Cincinnati. This is from everywhere, ladies and gentlemen, and for everyone. This was the headline, and thank you for sending this headline to me earlier in the week, Joyce. Headline from the New York Times: breathing through the rectum saves oxygen-starved mice and pigs. This is actually real. Dr. Caleb Kelly, a gastroenterologist at Yale University, was recently asked to review a paper about mammals receiving life-saving oxygen through their anuses. I thought it was a joke, he said. It seems like a no-brainer that bottoms are not for breathing, but the authors of a new study are perfectly serious. They showed that when some mice or pigs are dangerously deprived of air, an enema of oxygen-carrying liquid can rescue them.
Wow.
Dr. Takanori Takebe of Tokyo and Cincinnati, because he gets around, was doing research on using stem cells in dishes to grow miniature organs like lungs. Then he went for something totally different. Instead of growing new organs, and this is genius actually, why not repurpose the organs that mammals already have? Dr. Takebe realized that fish can use their gills to take oxygen from the water, but they also pop their heads above the surface to breathe. So he set out to see if a mammal's intestines could absorb oxygen. They started by pumping oxygen gas up the rectums.
Jesus.
I think he's just a sick fuck. I don't think there's any science behind it. I'm going to have some fun with mice. He was pumping oxygen up the rectum of anesthetized, oxygen-deprived mice who survived a little bit longer.
Wow.
Though the procedure helped the mice survive longer, it worked best when researchers scraped the intestinal wall to thin it, making the method not very appealing to treating sick humans.
This ties in with the colonoscopy thing that Leslie was talking about.
Now, here's the deal. The scientists then squirted an oxygen-packed liquid into the rectums of mice and pigs. When the animals were dangerously deprived of oxygen, the procedure boosted their blood oxygen to the point where they started walking around again.
Whoa.
So anyone who has used a suppository knows that the colon can filter substances into the body. And then, I know, again, no animal actually breathes through its ass, except maybe Scott Rudin. Turtles...
Oh, God.
Turtles spend their winters on the bottom of a pond,
Yeah.
never coming up for air.
How do they breathe?
They get oxygen from the water through their butts.
No, come on.
How else?
I don't know.
It's something, the oxygen in the...
When they poop?
No, it's not when it's going in, not out.
Okay.
So, you never know, ladies and gentlemen. If you're ever deprived of oxygen, if you're ever, I don't know where you would be. If you're scuba diving and something goes wrong, just open up the suit, part those cheeks and breathe. Where's that noise? Oh, the other one.
Which one?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, we need that. We need that. Yes.
But
Yes.
you told me it's the reverse.
Well, it's sort of like it's vacuuming. Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing Greeley Crimes Old Times. Let's do one or two more, and then we'll get to closing out the show with our Colorado Limerick of the Dam and some friends of the Daverhood. So let's do Tribune. This is from 100 years ago. Tribune Republican employee Wallace Seaberg was injured yesterday when he was run over by his own auto.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
He was driving with friends when his auto began to make odd noises. He asked one friend to take the wheel while he stood on the side of the car to find the reason for the noise. When they had to make a turn, he fell to the street and the machine ran over his shoulders.
Oh.
He has cuts and broken bones.
Oh.
Yeah. Can you imagine the crunching noise of like a car going over your shoulder?
He's lucky I don't know how people live like that. I'm surprised he's not killed.
He was going to shrug, but then he went, ah!
That ruins the car trip.
It does.
It's like, I guess we're not going to go see Grandma.
A caller, this is new, a caller on 10th Street reported a man acting suspicious and chasing people with a broom. What is this, a Little Rascals cartoon from 1915? And finally, and not a moment too soon, a caller on 8th Street,
8th and 8th?
not 8th and 8th, but close enough, found a dead cat outside under a couch. The caller wanted to know what to do with it.
Oh, come on.
I think the answer is
Yes, calling
nothing. You just leave it's under the couch. Oh, man. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Greeley Crimes and Old Times here on Dave's Gone By. We have a little bit more show for you to do.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool. I'm sure that you'll agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
But he is getting at is that Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi-yi-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi.
So, my friends, yes, this is the 800th episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream. We've been doing these week after week, month after month, year after year, all these years, having so much fun. So grateful to have earlier on the program Joey Alcarese, the old programming director at WGBB Radio, where this show first started. She is now officially, she'd never been on the program.
Wow,
She's now
I can't believe
officially a friend of the Daverhood. Yeah.
After all these years, yeah.
I probably, had she stayed with the radio station, I probably would have had her on.
She's a jack of all trades.
Yeah.
She does so many things.
Well, let's see. She is
Driving school.
driver's ed teacher for many, many years. She loves it. She's also got a shelter, not a shelter,
Nonprofit. She does nonprofit.
for abused women.
And veterans.
And veterans too, so she's really into helping people. So Joey Alcarese is now a friend of the Daverhood.
She always told me, she said, I love David's taste in music. It's so eclectic. She loved it.
Yeah, and she's a nice lady.
Real
So
nice, good-hearted woman.
good to have her. Good to, of course, have Vicki Quade of Late Night Catechism, and also all the bingo shows that she is doing, which she will start doing again in September. Great to have David Sheward. Read him in theaterlife.com, culturalweekly.com, and his blog, The David Desk, and Leslie Hoban Blake, who does all these shows with Charlie Gross, both Two on the Aisle and Critics Circle. They are, of course, friends of the Daverhood. We have other friends, though, that we'd like to tell you about. These are folks who've been on the program over the years. What are they up to? We're letting you know. Well, I want to let you know that our delightful three-time visitor to the Daverhood, Jason Graw, he has updated his YouTube page. It looks really good, and he's got a lot of stuff posted. Him singing a lot of songs, doing some comedy. Jason Graw, Graae. Jason's a Broadway and off-Broadway guy. He's out in California. He's sung with Jerry Herman. He's Jason friggin' Graw. Go to his YouTube page. We want to let you know or remind you that this weekend is the Lower East Side Festival of the Arts, both in person a bit and also streaming. And you can watch people like our friends Penny Arcade and Phoebe Legere. They're taking part in it.
I think that's on their birth certificates.
Well, maybe not Penny Arcade. I don't think either of them, actually. But theaterforthenewcity.net to find out more about that. Theater with an ER. Theaterforthenewcity.net. I want to let you know what else. June 2nd through the 27th, our Tony-winning friend, Andre DeShields, is playing King Lear at Forest Park's Shakespeare Festival in St. Louis, Missouri. So, yeah, come on, it's Andre DeShields playing King Lear. One-time opportunity, folks, so see that. And, of course, Andre DeShields is going to be in Hadestown when that reopens. And it's kind of cool. This is what I wanted to tell David and Leslie, that we all thought shows were starting on September 14th. It's like, that's the day Broadway really comes back, all these shows opening on that day and after. And then Hadestown came along and says, we're going to open on September 2nd. Because technically Broadway's open after May 30th. So now I think whatever shows haven't opened yet are going to jockey to be the first, because Hadestown will get all this attention. Like, we're not waiting until September 14th. We'll get Broadway's back, Hadestown. So, but if someone opens September 1st, they beat them. So, anywho, but go see.
They'll all get,
Yeah, go see Andre DeShields, though, when he is in Hadestown, or see him as King Lear in St. Louis, June 2nd through the 27th, so the whole month of June, essentially. Also, for much of the month of June, Toba Feldshuh is in Becoming Dr. Ruth at the Bay Street Theater. That is going to be a live and stream event. So they're going to stream some of it, or some nights will be live with a distanced audience at the Bay Street Theater in Sag Harbor. Go check out their site. Want to remind you that Barbara Fasano and Eric Comstock, they post songs from the Great American Songbook on their YouTube channel. Evan Seplow, founder and editor of StageBuddy.com. Check out that website. Go to drdemento.com for Dr. Demento shows new and old. And, of course, bobcudmore.com for podcasts about upstate New York history. bobcudmore.com. And also, you know what? If you love theater music, if you love show tunes, 24/7 show tunes, soundsofbroadway.com, run by our friend of the Daverhood, Stuart Brown. And that, my friends, those, my friends, I should say, are the friends of the Daverhood. So a lot has gone perfectly right for me this week and on this episode of Dave's Gone By. My gosh, I was telling you earlier, I found a place that has a great straw. A biodegradable straw that doesn't stick to my lips. I've won a playwriting competition.
Winning a playwriting, being one of the final 6.
Doesn't compare to the straw.
You got a straw. Let's make our priorities correct.
And let's not forget, most importantly, being able, again, now it's falling into the thing, to trim my nose again. To my nose and my ear hair. Oh, thank God.
You do look very spunky.
Why, thank you.
There you go. Wait.
So it's been a great week. I think also we got a new potato this week.
We got
I think this is him, isn't it?
Potato and a bunch of vegetables. Yeah.
No, this one, he was a little
and we
perfumey.
finished Ramadan. We finished.
Yeah. Oh, and Ramadan for llama or llama pet. So it's been a marvelous week despite and a marvelous show.
Yeah.
A wonderful 800 show. Thank you
nice
for
that Vicki just jumped in. That was great.
Yeah, last minute for Peter Stample. So yeah, almost everything's gone right, and yet we're going to spoil everything because it is time for our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. For many, many, many weeks now, I've been writing a poem.
Hey, you know who didn't call in? Usually Adam Glass calls in.
Yeah, well, Adam...
He said congratulations
and
stuff, but he didn't... Normally, Adam, maybe he's in the car. He might be shopping.
Yeah, well, Adam, you can certainly call him next week. Yeah.
Somewhere.
Because that'd be great. It'd be great to talk to him.
Yeah, he said Mazel Tov.
Yeah, any other people that we should acknowledge who said hey or thumbs up or anything like that?
Of course, Vicki,
Yeah.
Andrew Hertzman.
All right, thanks, Andrew.
I can't scroll it to everybody.
Oh.
The one's Adam Glass, and then your cousin,
Cynthia.
and then David Tanny.
Well, thank you to all of you also. Even if we didn't mention you now, we can't see your thing. But thank you for your good wishes. You're going to want to take them back because it's time for the Colorado Limerick of the Damned. Oh, I like this one. It's where I write a poem about a different place in Colorado. I've got like 170 of them at this point. They just don't stop coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going today to Crowley, Colorado, for our limit.
I'm just practicing.
Oh.
What? What's wrong?
Well, no, I got an email from a message just minutes ago from Peter Stample. I went online at 10:30, expected to see the link on email. Just saw this. I don't have your email. Went through my email, not finding the link. Now realized the link was here only on Facebook, which is the first time this happened. So sorry for blowing it.
Oh.
You're forgiven. I take back the fuck you I said earlier in this show. We'll rebook him. Okay.
But you know what? It was nice because this was your special time, so you had a nice time with all your guests and such.
If I weren't blown out after doing 4.5 hours, I can invite him now, but I just
Peter
can't.
Will come next week. Maybe make it later for Peter.
Yeah.
Do
Well, I
like
can't. What later?
11 o'clock, which is 10 o'clock his time. Yeah.
I could probably do that. Anywho, Limerick. Limerick time. Let's play the theme music for our Colorado Limerick of the Damned.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 will end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick. Rocky Mountain, Colorado,
Yeah, sometimes they're dirty. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're just kind of sick. This one is kind of sick.
They're usually offensive.
Yes, they are. That's the point. They're a limerick. They're supposed to end with something a little disgusting or begin with something disgusting and get more disgusting. This is our Colorado Limerick of the Damned for Crowley.
What's that?
Yeah.
The Entertainer? No, what's the thing where all the comedians say it and the story gets more and more perverse?
Oh, the Aristocrats.
Yes, the Aristocrats.
Yeah, it's kind of inspired by that.
Yeah.
Crowley, Colorado is in eastern central Colorado. It's got about 200 people in it. And by the way, there's also Crowley County, Colorado. This is just a little place called Crowley. Cheyenne tribes lived there till the railroads came. It was named for a state senator back in 1911, Senator Crowley. And check this out. Their most famous person who lived there, Jonathan Almanzar.
Who's that?
He invented the chicken cone franchise of chicken and waffles. I don't think he invented chicken and waffles. He just invented the franchise, the chicken cone. I know you used to eat there all the time. The chicken cone franchise. He came from Crowley, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a poem that I wrote about Crowley.
Oh.
What? Tell me.
Adam Glass wrote great news well earned about your play.
Who did?
Great news well earned, Adam Glass, about your play.
Oh.
He added another thing.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, cuz. All right, here we go. Colorado Limerick of the Damned. And for Crowley. There was an old woman from Crowley whose tummy was crampy and growly. When seeking the answer, the doctors found cancer and cut off a third of her bowely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Send your comments and complaints to davesgoneby at AOL.com. Davesgoneby at AOL.com. Or, of course, you can message me here, post things right on my Facebook page, or if you're a Facebook friend, message me directly. I want to remind you that you can see, we were talking about my play, Restoration Playhouse. You can read that. You can read all my Colorado... all my Colorado limericks of the damned are at my website, davelefkowitz.org. davelefkowitz.org. So if you want to read my plays, if you want my full-length plays, my one-acts, the 200 songs I've written, the lyrics to those, hundreds of theater reviews stretching all the way back to like the late 1980s. There are shows, if you go looking for shows that were done on or off Broadway, from 25, 30 years ago, really the only thing you're going to find is the New York Times review. The New York Times always comes up. It's always the Times. There's nothing else there. So I feel like I'm doing sort of a service to the theater community just by saying, hey, here's a show that I reviewed in 1993. Mel Gusso had this take on it for the Times. Here was mine. And you can actually go find it. So it's davelefkowitz.org. And of course, I want to remind you that all the archives of Dave's Gone By are at davesgoneby.com, archive.org, castbox.fm for just the audio of the podcasts, and YouTube as well, plus Channel 20, Mondays at 1 a.m., Tuesdays at 4 a.m. on Altice Cable here in Nassau County. So, what else do I thanked everybody, did the Friends of the Daverhood. Not sure who's going to be on. Maybe next week will be Peter Stample. We'll figure that one out. Or another guest or no guest at all. Either way, we love doing the show for you every week. I'm very, very grateful to people who were listening to this program 2 decades ago. I do want to give a shout out to my late dad, who was part of the show for, quite a few years. He would call up either after, if we were still on the air at WGBB after hours, and we went into like overtime on the show, he would call up and we would banter.
Realize, David, it's 1:30.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh
yes,
my
I haven't gone to the bathroom since
realize.
9:15.
Because I'm on different things, I thought it was 11:30.
No.
I realized there's a 0.
Yeah, it's literally getting dark outside. I think that's just because of the temperature.
Is it 1:30 a.m.? Is it a.m. or p.m.?
Well, you remember, I used to do these when I played music on the show. They would go 5-6 hours. It was like nothing.
Remember, we still do the New Year's Eve one overnight. That's a long one.
Actually, no, they've gotten short. They've been like 2.5 hours in the New Year's Eve ones. The Tony shows were endless.
Yeah, the Tony show.
I remember there was one Tony show that we did that went 8.
I just saw the thing for Jonesy where they still hold the Guinness Book record from like May 25th to May 29th of being on the air.
Wait, I thought he was knocked out before he even made the book.
No, I think he holds the record. There's
he
a
did.
picture of it. Yeah,
he got into the Guinness, and then someone. Really? Oh, okay.
I thought so. Maybe,
I thought some like Swedish or Japanese broadcaster knocked him out. I know. I get so jealous because I'm driving home from work on Monday, and Mondays and Tuesdays he's bought time. He's actually doing this thing that I was doing 18 years ago. He's bought time on a brokered station so that people can get him on AM radio on I think he's on 9:30 AM.
Oh, really?
The call numbers are 9:30. He's on at 4 o'clock in the afternoon for 1 hour because he's probably paying like $150, $200 for the hour to be on this station.
It's prime time driving, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's drive time. Yeah, and he's got it. And I'm probably the only person listening, and I wish it were better. Jonesy, this music doesn't sound good on AM
why
radio.
Don't you call him and tell him?
Why is he going to listen
to me? He's on the Facebook. You could talk to him on the Facebook.
For years, I've wanted to get him on the show. He just ignores me now. I don't get it. I wanted him and X-Ray Burns.
Is he dead, X-Ray Burns?
Yeah.
Oh.
Burns died like last year of cancer. So Jonesy's off to try and he's still doing his show on FMU, but he wants to play music on. Yeah. Because like it could be so good, but it's just sort of like he's trying.
He needs a co-host.
He needs extra. Well, yeah, or I don't know.
He might need some people that get so used to having another person when they're alone, it's harder to.
I think he manages better on FMU, but I always want more from his AM radio 1 hour show. You know. So Jonesy, if you're listening, give me a call. Whatever. And I still would like to get you on Dave's Gone By. Honestly, I love radio people. Anywho, I'm a radio person. I'm a podcast person. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. That's my wonderful, beautiful, adorable, incredibly supportive wife.
You're smearing it up, huh?
Incredibly tolerant
all
wife.
I want is a lunch. That's all I need.
Oh, you'll get a lunch. We won't get it from the usual place because they'll be closed. We'll get it from the other place.
The other place. There's a lot of places.
But yeah, she's starving. I'm hungry. I need to pee. You know. Wait. Okay, I don't need to pee anymore. But, ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching the 800th episode of Dave's Gone By, live on this May 29th, 2021. We've been calling it Stamp of Approval anyway.
Yeah, I think the next one will be June.
It will. We will, we'll do our usual show next Saturday, 9 to noon. Right here on Facebook, Eastern Time. So if you want to find out what we'll be doing, keep checking the Facebook page. Check my Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2, Radio Dave, the number 2. This Facebook page, davesgoneby.com. We also update our information there. Love to see you. Love your messages, your emails, your responses. Got a whole lot of love? Yeah. Got a whole lot of love? Yeah. Whole lot of love doing this program, Dave's Gone By. So make it a fine week. Enjoy the really nice, cool weather we have now. And gone by. Wait. I hereby proclaim this program over. Let's get some ketchup.